Good evening, everyone. I'll call this meeting to order of the Planning Commission on Wednesday, June 17th, 2026 at 6:04 p.m. If you could rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. Sean, in honor of your last day, would you take a lead?
Sure. Place your right hand over your heart. Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Can we have the roll call?
Yes. Commissioner Fresco?
Here.
Commissioner Lambert?
Is it Lambert?
Yes, sorry.
Here.
Commissioner Landris?
Here.
Commissioner Reese?
Present.
Commissioner Wasserman?
Present.
Vice Chair Chaco?
Present.
And Chair Hamilton absent.
All right, with that, can we have the director's report?
Yes, so the next regular meeting of the Planning Commission, oh, that's tiny. There we go. Will be July 15th. And currently scheduled for that meeting is a early childhood education facility in an R1 zone at 1029 26th Street. And then tentatively, we also have the Beach and Pier Vision Plan presentation from our Public Works staff. After that, August 5th, there will be bringing back the amendments to implement for consistency with state law. So some of the legislative updates you heard earlier in the year. Architecture Review Board, their next meeting is on July the 6th. There are two housing projects on for their design review at 2716 Ocean Park Boulevard, which is a 8-story, 456-unit mixed-use project, and then at 1320 Pico, which is also an 8-story but 147-unit project. Landmarks Commission, their next meeting is on July 13th, where our annual review of the Mills Act contracts will be occurring. There are 3 new ones at 325 Georgina, 2623 3rd Street, and 1355 3rd Street Promenade. There will also be the digital display review of proposal, sort of preliminary consultation with the Landmarks Commission on a proposed digital display on that building. It is it's the former Gap, right? The Juniper building, but where the Gap used to be. Reports from City Council at their last meeting on June the 9th. Couple of items there. There were updates to council rules of order. I won't get into all of the details, but you're certainly welcome to look at the staff report in terms of changes to council rules and addressing the council. They also approved the city's Tournament of Roses parade float program. So there will be opportunities for the communities to also get involved in donations. So the city's committing $650,000 to participate in the Tournament of Roses parade. And so the rest will be through fundraising efforts. You can, that'll be coordinated through the city manager's office. And we'll have more information if you wish to walk with the float or ride with it. The next meeting, June 23rd, which is on Tuesday, will be the adoption of the budget. It's actually the exception year budget. And then July 14th will be a heavy night for community development, where we'll be bringing forward or anticipated a couple of ordinances that the Planning Commission is discussing tonight. In addition, there is an emergency IZO for special standards for fleet operations, autonomous fleet operations. And also that evening will be Commissioner Landris's presentation to the council on the missing middle housing proposal. And then finally, this is Commissioner Landris's last Planning Commission meeting. So we just do want to acknowledge, thank you so much on behalf of CDD for your 8 years of service to the Planning Commission. We had some fun facts up there. That means it was a total of 138 meetings. Including, hearings on the R1 update, many efforts through the Pico Wellbeing Project, development agreements, the housing element, the 6-cycle housing element update, many changes in state law that were heard through there, and I'm sure countless other policies and projects that we're not naming, but those are just the ones that came to mind. So Thank you so much, Sean, for your service to the city. You'll be sorely missed. So again, appreciate your service. If you want to just pause and take a round for the commission, please.
Yes. If,
Want to go around?
Yeah.
Okay,
anybody want to start?
I'll start.
Very good. Please do.
Sean,
Mike.
my dear Sean. Well,
Yeah,
it's on. I'll get
The
closer.
light's not working.
I want you to know, first of all, I was saying before that I remember when you first came on and you were coming from the Social Services Commission. And I was so excited about what that would mean to our work here and that you would bring a human element to the way we look at things. And you 100% did, putting social services conditions into the property descriptions of countless DAs and questioning countless people who came to the microphone during public comment to ask them more questions about what they were seeking from us, and always being the first to vote to listen to one more public comment that came in late, and just totally really being there for the people. And I really respect that. And I hope that we can all keep doing that without Sean, because it's going to be hard to remember that, because he was so focused on it. And it was really valuable, and thank you.
Wow. I've been on the commission 2 years longer than Sean, but I really don't remember the commission before Sean. Part of that's age. But he's been such a memorable part of my life on this commission. I mean, I don't really even know what to say, other than it's been terrific to have a housing advocate sitting by me. And I hope whoever replaces him is as avid a housing advocate as he is. And I don't mean necessarily market rate housing, I mean affordable housing. Because in my mind, that's one of the major reasons we're here. And I know you're about to become a half-empty nester. And my heart goes out to you. It's really horrible.
You just got back from trip number what?
What?
You just got back from trip number what?
Yeah, I know. Well, there's that. But I remember when I dropped my daughter off at Berkeley years ago, I cried all the way home. I mean, it's really, so if you need a shoulder to cry on, just give me a ring, because I've been there. I thought of doing a cardboard cutout of Sean and putting him in a chair up here, and he would be quiet. So, I mean, we'll still, be in touch. And if you need me on your missing middle, by all means, reach out. If you want me to go on Bastille Day with you, which is kind of ominous, I'd be happy to do that.
We should, because
Yeah, it is Bastille Day.
as well. We're the reps for that.
What?
too. We're the reps for SB 79 too.
Oh, we are?
We are.
You and me? How'd that happen? So that's what happens when you go away. Okay, well, anyway, we'll see each other. I'm really going to miss you.
Sean, I want to thank you for your public service. I think it's really important. What we do is that people go out of their way to try to get involved with their community and try to help any way you can. And I think you have done a very credible job at that. And we'll miss you up here, but somehow I have a feeling it's not the last time we're going to see or hear from Sean Landers in the city of Santa Monica. So cheers to you, or as I just got back from Croatia, they say Jiglive. So I probably butchered that, but cheers.
Thank you, Sean. I think, as I've seen in the 2 years I've been on the commission so far, you've been quite phenomenal in the way you listen to people, integrate what everybody says, and sort of on the fly bring together coherent proposals. So that's really impressive and something we hope we can continue to do. I know it's going to be harder without you here. But that said, good luck in whatever you're doing, and we hope to see more of you.
Sean, in a word, is a mensch. I feel like everyone in Greater LA either knows Sean Landers, knows of him, and only has good things to say. Those who don't know, Sean organized a shiva for my father. He is caring and generous with his time. And thank you for welcoming me onto the commission. I will continue to see you on Saturdays, but I appreciate the public service and the welcoming hand.
My turn?
Would you like to? Yeah.
I'll keep it short. First of all, it's been a real privilege, and I think this is the right time. When I first applied, actually, I said I would serve for 2 terms as a commitment, it's important to me that I'm honoring that commitment. I also think it's right, given what's before the city and what's coming to this body over the next couple of years, that we have a new person in place who can carry that work forward over the longer term, and frankly, be accountable for it in all the ways. I think I'm deeply grateful for all of your remarks, and feel seen, which is incredibly validating. I'd say 3 things. One is 3 lessons learned. I mean, one is that, I have successfully disappointed people on all sides of the political spectrum, which means that I must be doing something right by holding to a middle ground. The second, I think, and I know that we have said this about colleagues who have completed terms of service, including Richard McKinnon, in particular, Mario. We on this commission, I think, have done a really important job during difficult times of modeling principled and productive disagreement in search of consensus. And I think I have disagreed with each one of you at some point over the last, maybe more than once, and certainly with commissioners who are no longer here. But it is that disagreement that improves the quality of our decision-making. If we were in an echo chamber, we would not be making good decisions. And I want to give credit to everybody, to staff, to commissioners. And I hope, of the things that I hope you'll carry with you, it's that commitment that I think is most important for the health of our city, that commitment and the commitment to listening to the people who come talk to us and making sure that we're really keeping our ears to the ground and listening, not just for what they're telling us, but also for what they're not telling us. I mean, I will never forget the lesson you gave us, Nina, about the history of redlining in Santa Monica. I think that changed the course of the commission. I think it changed how we do our work, how we think about how we do our work. It's going to come up tonight, thanks to you, not just now, but then. And I think that's very important. And the last is reflecting on my own learning over the past 8 years. It's naming is not enough. It is not enough to look and read all the reports and say, well, gosh, this is what I've learned, and we need to say that. And what we have to do is take what we've learned from the work that we've done and turn it into policy. That is the job. And that is my way of saying thank you to Jing and to Ross and to Michelle and to Rachel and to all the staff who aren't here, to David before Jing. The work we do here is about taking a voluminous amount of information and doing our best with our neighbors and our fellow residents of Santa Monica and stakeholders and with each other to kind of turn it into something that can become a reality, whether it's a building or a policy or something that will ultimately, we hope, make life better for the people of this community. And I am grateful to be working with a staff team that is as dedicated to that as anyone else, and who will put that dedication up against anyone else's. Ethan, Michelle, Ross, Jing, everyone, thank you. And I hope, we can end this not by thanking me, but by thanking you, because this work that we do is as good as it is because you are as good as you are. So thank you.
Thank you. That's very kind. Thank you. Thank you again.
Thank you, Sean. Do we have any questions related to the director's report?
I just had a couple more items. Yeah. We just wanted to highlight, actually, I think I mentioned the digital sign. And we actually have 2 of them just for the commission's knowledge. 2 of them came in for their plan check. So at the further end, at the 1200 block of the Promenade, where Foot Locker is and John Reed Fitness, those 2 are going through plan check, and they are expecting to install and have those signs active by September. So it's a much faster timeline, than we originally thought, but we're working with them now through like the art content program and such. So just wanted to share that with the commission. We also wanted to share a couple of new resources. And just thank you to Ethan and the team for their work on this. One is actually the updated historic landmark viewer. This is actually a map that we did have as existing. However, it had some gaps in information like the statements of official action. Not all of them had photos. All of that has been cleaned up, and we will share these links with the commission. These are published on the website now. These are all of our designated historic resources in the city, including all the districts and every resource. So that's a visual map, and if you click on it, it'll bring up, the name of the resource, a link to the statement of official action. There's a picture of it. That's just something it's something we do get asked pretty frequently, can we take a look at what's out there? So Ethan's giving a preview of what you see when you click on that. And then the other one is actually a new map of, we have been publishing for the last, 3 years, I think, all of the ministerial housing applications, that come in. So not just the administrative approvals, but the SB 9s, the SB 1123s, the 684s, for the community's benefit. It's updated every week, and it's this enormous PDF that's getting smaller and smaller as information is being added to it. So that now has been turned into a map. And if you click on any one of those things, again, it'll bring up information on the project with a link to the applications and the plans. And, as this is sort of a Band-Aid, when we launch our new permitting system, first phase will be this fall. It will have the ability to dashboard and project, directly from our permit system, into like a public viewer. This is a very kind of manual system that involves, a lot of labor that goes into it. But we wanted to share that with the commission because we always try to make information accessible, to our community. So again, thank you to Ethan for his efforts in standing this up.
You go first since you're the last meeting.
I just have two. I'm curious, while you have that up, does it tell us how many units, if it's multifamily, like how many units and? Not this version, okay.
It does link you, though, to the application, the approved plan, so it links you to that information. This is more just a visual representation at this point, but it'll provide direct access for you to
Imagining
dig
like
in.
the RENA thermometer as we approach the numbers.
We do kind of have that on our housing dashboard, so we have a lot of tools out there that we're trying to all kind of bring
It'll all
visual
kind of be brought
representations
together.
to.
So I had two actual questions. One was on the state legislative update. Commissioner Lambert shared with me, I think, a very interesting new law related to protecting legacy commercial. And I hope that will be included in the update. It's a conversation that goes back to, all 8 years.
Just to bring so this will be ultimately amendments to the code of what came into effect in January of this year. So this one was included.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we are holistically looking at all of them. If there's one you feel like we want to make sure we aren't missing, please
I think
let
it's good
us
for the
know.
public to know about it more than
Yeah.
anything.
Got it.
I mean, it actually, I guess it prevents it actually makes it harder to evict legacy businesses, which is something we've been talking about for a long time. So to have those tools available from the state, it would be important for the public to Leslie's point. And then I just want, because this is on, I just want to be on the record on this because I won't be a commissioner on July 14th. My understanding is that I am still allowed to represent the commission on the items for which I have been designated a representative. Just because council pushed the presentations to the 14th doesn't change that. And so
Correct.
Leslie and I will be there and we will do the.
Correct, yeah. This was voted on back in April.
Yeah.
So you will be an honorary commissioner still on the 14th for your 10 minutes. Yeah.
Was I at that meeting?
Yes, this is when Sean presented the missing middle package, also
Will
presented
present
SB
SB
79.
Never
No, I
mind.
presented SB 79 with staff back in April, and the direction they gave was to come to the 14th. So,
I got it, okay.
But we were on that SB 79 item directed to you and I were the reps, and then you were out of town, so I represented and actively participated in multiple rounds of Q&A with the council. And I would encourage this group, when we get to it, you should appoint somebody, probably not me, to be the speaker on the exclusion ordinance.
On the what?
On the exclusion ordinance that's coming on the 14th.
Okay.
Otherwise, it's us by default, but better to have sitting commissioners.
Okay.
Yeah.
I have, if I can remember, I have a couple of questions. Jing, the map you showed of the historic resources, is that the HRI or is it designated resources?
Designated,
So
designated.
including structures of merit
Yes,
It
yes.
has some
and
HRI.
contributing buildings and districts? Okay.
Contributors
a lot.
to districts, yeah.
I'm not through.
Oh, okay.
Can't remember what else. See, that's what you do to me. Maybe it'll come to me after Nina talks.
My apologies, it does include the HRI too.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it
that's
not
not
definitely
a lot
does.
of properties.
Sorry about that, yep.
Yeah, no, I saw that. I have a map question. As a person who keeps 50 tabs up, my 50 favorite tabs open on my Google at all times, our GIS maps being one of them, I noticed that recently a lot of my favorite maps, including zoning and other kinds of maps, are often broken or I can't access them or they ask me for a password. And is that just because our maps are being reloaded or because I've been having trouble getting to my maps lately?
Honestly, I don't know that answer, but we can definitely check in with our GIS team to see if there's any issues with refreshing, unless Rachel has.
Two versions of the map. Sometimes there's the public version, and then there's you might be accessing the internal only version. If that's the case, you're required to log in with your SantaMonica.gov.
I don't think I ever did that until recently. It suddenly started asking. Anyway, I'll figure
We'll
it
look
out.
around. It might change. Location might have changed. If it
That's what
broke
I
the
think
link.
might have happened, because those maps look really different from the ones that I used to.
I mean, these are brand new, so they're
They're
definitely
really,
different.
really cool.
Well, Ethan gets all that credit, so.
Yeah. Love a good map.
All right. Do you have a comment? Yeah.
Yeah, 50 tabs is rookie numbers, Nina. I'm in the 50 tabs is rookie numbers. I'm in the hundreds. On the charging parking lot ordinance, what happened? Because I know that was agendized and then it got pulled.
We received some communication from GoBiz about the ordinance, so we took time to, have the consultation, phone call with them, and we anticipate returning July 14th, so that's why we pulled it off the agenda.
Okay, yeah, I mean, I'll say that I know we don't have to, we are not in the chain of EIZOs and IZOs. An email would be nice if one of them is on the city council agenda. I read the agendas, but we're only hearing about this now when it was already technically on the agenda. Second, there was a Nexus study update contract for park fees at city council. Could you talk about that?
Yeah, it's that was just a contract to do the Nexus study. So Nexus studies are required to be kind of like periodically updated. It's actually not being done through our department. It's I think it's Parks or Public Works, Architecture that's doing that. So it's just the Nexus study, an update to it. We're required by law, to do that every so often. And I know at council there were questions around, whether there would be feasibility assessed and what have you. Ultimately, fee setting is a matter of council policy. If there's a change to the fees or what have you, that would have to go back to council regardless. So.
And then the coastal plan is the topic du jour. Does the planning commission have a role in the coastal plan, or is it long since off our plate?
No, absolutely. Yeah, it's just, yeah, it does. It's adopted just like any other plan. So there would be a formal recommendation from the planning commission, to the city council. We will kind of, we have been engaged in that process, but we're kind of formally re-kicking it off with the coastal commission. We'll be doing community outreach, coming back, recognizing this commission was not involved, in the 2016, 2018 version that previously was adopted. So we'll kind of walk everybody through, what it is again, and kind of do a reintroduction, of the process.
Great. Do we have any plan commissioner announcements?
I have one. I'm having my second knee surgery at the end of August, and thank God I only have two legs. So I'll be out during September, but my doctor no longer uses opiates, so I could probably actually participate online somehow. If that's necessary, but probably I will not be available in September.
Any other commissioners?
May I make a shameless self-promotion? Just in case anybody wants to know the real history of the Santa Monica Airport, the book is not available. It is only a history. Past performance is no indication of future returns, but it is the true story, and you can get it at www.smhistorycompany.com.
Any other announcements?
Selling some land. I thought maybe I could announce that too.
All right. Before we begin agenda item number 6, just a quick note to the public that if anybody wants to sign up to speak for the public input session, please fill out one of the forms like this that you can find at the end of the room and hand it to Ethan over on the far left. Thank you. So agenda item number 6 is for public input on items that are not the agenda, but they need to be by state law within the subject matter jurisdiction of the Planning Commission. The state law prohibits this body from taking any action on items that are not listed on the agenda, including issues raised under this agenda item. So with that, we have 3 people who have signed up. I have Laura Wilson, Jerry Rubin, and Matthew Housley, if I pronounce that right. Housley. If you would come up to the podium, and each of you get 2 minutes. Is that right, staff? Each of you get 3 minutes.
Chair, I was going to say, I believe Laura and Matt may be here for the same thing, and they may have intended to speak consecutively.
All right, that's fine.
I'll move to hear them in that order.
That's fine. You could do that if you like.
Okay, thank you, Council. My name is Matthew Housley, and I really appreciate the opportunity to be able to speak with you. I live at 1015 3rd Street, 2 blocks north of the 3rd Street Promenade, next door to what's currently the Maison 27 Hotel, formerly the Pally House Hotel. And last 12 or 14 years of the Pally House Hotel, we've incurred a lot of intrusive activity, but it's gotten much more expansive. The new operators are expanding the use of the property. They're holding events in the courtyard directly below our bedroom window and adjacent to all the residents on the side of our building. We're being subjected to large parties, loud music, double parked cars. A recent event, they had a load-in starting early in the morning. By the time they got done, it was over 10 o'clock in the evening. Their website is currently advertising parties for up to 30 people in the front area, serving to the public in a restaurant that our inquiries to the city informed us that they are not permitted for that activity, and yet it continues. They put seating for 14 people below our bedroom window. They added lots of lights to the foliage that flood our bedroom, and they're kept on all night long. And they're showing really zero consideration for their residents and are flagrantly violating what we've been informed are beyond their operating parameters. And I've lived in this apartment for 30 years, and for many of those years, it was a quiet, peaceful, residential neighborhood. Now their valet are parking cars on the street, charging their guests $75 a night for the privilege. And when it was first the Pally House, they were required to have off-site parking where the valet would put the cars. That doesn't seem to be occurring any longer. The other night we went out and we found 7 cars with valet slips parked on the street. We actually had a parking enforcement officer come out and witness the parking. And we're very concerned because it looks like this could be the beginning of the end of many of the protections that residents are hoping to be provided by the city. And we ask you to take some action to try to reel it in. So thank you very much for listening.
Okay, there's my time. So thank you for listening to us. Really what we're here to do is just to ask for you to protect us. Our home has really been destroyed, and people call me the crazy lady because the truth is it has driven me crazy. In the beginning, I would write emails to the council and tell them to F off. I was so upset of having my home destroyed because I really loved where I lived. And it was a beautiful residential neighborhood where I had neighbors. Now I have strangers every day outside my bedroom window. The city claims that they grandfathered it in, but then I hear it's a conversion. What is it? If it's a conversion, it should have went before this committee, and it never did. It was done behind closed doors with no public input whatsoever. And they basically, if you talk about what's important to you here is housing, we lost 38 rent-controlled units out of that apartment building. I'm provided each of you with 14 pieces of evidence here that prove that it is an apartment building. It never operated or occupied as a hotel. I'm going to make sure, I've given him a copy of it, just make sure each of you get it. I brought copies for everyone, and I have a half minute, 1.5 minutes. I'm going to take all my time. So I just want to say, and here is the building permit. It says what's going to be built, an apartment building, what kind of business, none. There's letters from the management of the Embassy Apartments. What happened is when rent control was inserted into the city, they didn't want to be rent control, so they claimed they were a hotel. That's where it started, and it was a lie. They had an opportunity for a hearing at rent control. I have the copies in here. I have the minutes for you from rent control, which says that they were given the opportunity to be heard. 5 tenants came, the owners came, they spoke, and the owners of the building could not provide one piece of evidence, not one piece of evidence that they operated any of those apartment buildings or apartment units as a hotel at all. So they were denied rent control. I've given you 14 pieces of evidence here. One of the things that's really important is the denial. It says they never paid transient occupancy tax. They didn't have a business license to operate a hotel. And the owner refused to cooperate or provide any evidence that it was a hotel. The owner sent letters saying that they denied that they ever asked to be called a hotel because they didn't do that. They sent letters to the residents. I've given you the letters to the residents of the hotel, of the apartment building at the time, that they wrote directly to them saying that we're not trying to get a hotel exemption. So I don't know how they did get one. And then I've got letters from the city telling them to stop, demand letters to stop operating hotel rooms. So I don't know how or when. I know how. It was a backdoor deal to make people rich who own the building. Let's face that, right? And at the end of the day, it's destroyed our home, and we'd like you to not allow that to happen anymore. And take this package seriously. Please take the time to really look at what I'm giving you. 14 pieces of evidence that proves what it is.
Commissioner Landris?
Thank you. I mean, talk about memory lane. I remember these conversations when I joined the Social Services Commission in 2014.
Yeah.
You were at, this came up for you, so I'm sorry that you're dealing with this again. I think for a nexus to this commission, the question that I would have for you, and if you don't have the paperwork for staff, is there any record of a conditional use permit or a minor use permit or any permit that conceivably authorized the use of the building for anything other than housing? Is there anything on the record?
Nothing that I have been given. I've asked over and over again. They still haven't even given me clear evidence to understand what they are or are not allowed to do. I've spoken to a lot of people that are up here.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to name names and say what they've done and what they haven't done, but I will say I've felt like I've been heard finally after many, many, many years for the first time, just so you know that. I do feel like that. The challenge is that I learned to cope with just the hotel. And how I coped was leaving. I've been driven out of my home. I can stay for 4 or 5 days at a time, and I have to leave for 3 or 4 days because I can't take it anymore. Because after 3 or 4 days without sleep or being woken up by people, and then the worst part is when you say something to somebody, then they say I'm harassing their people. I'm like, no, you have people on their cell phone below my bedroom window at 6 a.m. I should be able to say to them, it's not okay for you to do this.
Thank you. No, I hear you. And I guess my other question is for staff is, because this is something the public needs, I think, more information about, not just you, but other people in a similar situation. We have issued STOAs where we have put in triggers for revisiting CUPs and things like that. For people who have these kinds of concerns, what is the pathway for triggering an investigation? I mean, does this body do we have the lane where we can ask for an investigation? It wouldn't be tonight, obviously, but is that within our purview because we look into permits? And or is there another pathway to have some sort of transparent, accountable process where, you know, the answer can come back and it might not be an answer you like, right? But you'll get an answer. I think my takeaway from following your story for 12 years is that there's never been closure one way or another. So I'm curious about,
There is no CUP. Let's be clear on that. No CUP was ever issued. It was a backdoor deal done behind closed doors to avoid the paying attorney's fees because they wanted to Ellis the building.
no. Has it?
It has
Well, that's my
not.
question to staff.
So, so I don't want to get too far down the road on a specific property, but I think to answer your question, and this is for any community member, you know, if there's a concern or any, like, you know, your first call is to code enforcement, you know, and so there is an open code enforcement case on this property right now. So it is being monitored, it is being enforced. And, you know, we've spoken with Ms. Wilson, we've spoken with other neighbors, you know, regarding complaints regarding the property. We actually visited the property itself and met with the new management and ownership and very clearly explained, you know, the restrictions on use.
Can we just understand what those restrictions are? Because we haven't been given that in writing yet.
I have, yeah, I'm happy to, we're happy to speak further, you know, with anyone about it.
I'm just, unless I've completely lost my mind, I'm pretty sure this came before us at some point because Nina was talking about the
It did come
historic
before
elements
you.
of the building.
It came before you for an alcohol CUP, but that was not approved.
I got
So
it.
that's what
I fought one in 2014 and another one, they applied another one in 2019 that we know nothing about.
Okay.
There was
So
no
that's what it
sign out
was.
front.
Okay.
It's
Well,
not,
okay.
there's no.
It's a long
approvals.
history and I do appreciate being
yeah.
here, that's all.
Excuse me,
Do
Ms.
we have
Wilson.
does this body have the authority, is it within our jurisdiction, should we wish to do so, to ask staff to open a CUP investigation on a matter where this body has previously taken
There's no
action?
conditional use permit that governs this. If
Okay.
there was, there is a procedure by which if it's a condition of that, you're thinking about, you know, what's the zoning ordinance? If that condition is in there and we have imposed that on certain permits that are issued, you know, if we're revisiting, if there's violations, and it's really staff that initiates that process to bring it back.
How about
you know.
opening up the lack of a CUP?
Sorry,
Excuse me, Ms.
your
Wilson.
time is. Yeah, so it comes from staff.
It does, yeah.
Okay, thank you, Jane.
All right, our next speaker is Jerry Rubin.
Thank you very, very much, Honorable Chair, Commissioners, City Staff. Jerry Rubin, member of the Urban Forest Task Force, and I really would have hated missing this meeting, knowing it's your last meeting, Sean, because you're one of my favorite, all in Santa Monica in every way. I have to disagree with Commissioner Fresco's statement that you gave 100% of the human element. I think you gave more than 100%, actually. And I wish you all the best. And I wish you a very successful knee operation, Commissioner Lambert. I know. As I said, I'm a member of the Urban Forest Task Force. I'm just speaking for myself, but I'm very, very honored that the city of Santa Monica has deemed the work that everybody does there, our landscape department, the task force, which I can't believe it's been 17 years since that task force started. And I do want to thank my late wife, Marissa, and many others that helped to get that started. But we'll be a full-fledged commission at our next meeting on July 8th, 6 p.m. at the Santa Monica Main Library, and you're all invited. And I have a lot of gratitude for all the boards and commissions, including this prestigious commission. I always felt they're underappreciated and undersupported. But you do a great job, and you do important work. I wanted to say it was in the staff report about these electronic billboards that are coming, and I'm a supporter. I think they're really necessary. But at our last Urban Forest Task Force meeting, there was an agenda item that said if there was going to be anything that might replace it, we took a position that there should not even be any consideration of placing these electronic billboards if you had to remove a healthy tree, not just on the promenade, but anywhere in the downtown district or anywhere in the city of Santa Monica. So as important as they are, it came to us in an agenda item and we voted that's advisory statement. So I wanted to wish everyone a happy Father's Day, a happy summer solstice coming up this Sunday, and keep on doing the good work.
Great, Jerry.
Thank you.
In the form of a question, I just want to, you came to the Social Services Commission, you've come to this commission. You uniquely bring a positive view of things. You uniquely give us an opportunity to be proud of the work that we do and proud of the work that the city does. You've done that despite the loss of Marissa, despite the loss of Marty and your own health journey. So I'm just tremendously in awe of your resilience and your positivity and modeling what it means to be a public commenter who also shares a positive, hopeful view of what the city can be. So please accept my thanks. And it's great to know that on July 1st, it will be Commissioner Rubin.
Thank you so much, Sean. All the best to you, man. You're the greatest.
We can move on to agenda item number 7, which is the consent agenda. We have one item on the consent agenda for approval of meeting minutes. Do any commissioners want to pull any items?
I'll move the consent calendar.
I'll second. If somebody moved it, I'll second it in the spirit of.
We do have a motion and a second.
Great, this can be a voice vote to approve the minutes as is. So all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All in opposition? Motion passes.
All right, we move on to the public hearing agenda item number 11. Agenda item 11A is the recommendation to the City Council regarding amendments to the text of the city's ordinance to exclude eligible sites from Senate Bill SB 79. And we can have the staff presentation.
Great. Good evening, staff, commission, members of the public. I'm Anna Fernandez. I'm working alongside my colleague Rachel Kwok and Jesse Brown to present to you the SB 79 exclusion ordinance for your consideration. So briefly, we'll go into SB 79, some updates, a little bit of a recap on SB 79 itself to get everybody up to speed, and then show a couple of different SB 79 maps that informed our methodology and modeling. And then I'll pass it over to Rachel to get into the results of that methodology and a couple of policy questions related to the Expo Bundy TOD zone. So back in April, the Planning Commission reviewed a presentation from staff wherein we discussed the implementation options that are incorporated into the language of the bill itself. The Planning Commission recommended to the City Council to direct staff to target a two-track approach where we would present an exclusionary ordinance first and then return at a later time with a TOD alternative plan. In the meantime, staff also reached out to HCD. We had a number of items that we needed clarification on in order to inform how we proceeded with this exclusionary ordinance. Namely, we had to figure out exactly what qualified the bus stops that needed to be included in the city so that we could accurately map them, and it would, of course, inform our analysis as well. We also wanted to figure out how to calculate the capacity for the Expo Bundy TOD zone, as most of those parcels lie within the city of LA. And then the concessions for SB 79 and calculating the local capacity as well. So while we did reach out to HCD and we got some clarification with their staff in meetings, we also returned after that at the end of April to City Council, where gratefully they followed the Commission's recommendation in terms of our directive, and then added a few more of their own to investigate right to return policies, explore the inter-parcel transfer of density within the zones, and then, of course, prioritizing the Expo Bundy TOD zone as well. So briefly going over SB 79, the letter of the law is going to go into effect in 2 weeks from today, I believe, July 1st, and the full breadth of the law will go into effect at that time. The law essentially will upzone the areas within a half mile of all the TOD zones within the city for qualifying housing projects. So in the table that we've included here, there are guaranteed development standards for height, density, and FAR, and those are dependent upon the classification of the classification of the stop itself. In our city, we only have tier 2 stops, so we've only included those. And they're dependent not upon the zones as we normally see, but they're dependent upon the distance from the stop itself. So whether it's adjacent to the stop, within a quarter mile or half a mile. So looking a little bit more closer at the stops, we've previously identified the 4 Metro E-Light rail stations as the stops that are in the city. But looking closer at the bus stops, in our consults with HCD and SCAG, we were able to determine that there were 3 criterion that needed to be applied in order to fully vet a stop to be included as a zone. They had to be a major transit stop by definition, adjacent to a dedicated full-time dedicated bus lane, and then have an average bus service interval of 15 minutes or less within the morning and afternoon combined peak service hours. So in the table on the right, what we're seeing is the 3 columns in the middle are those 3 criterion, and we've applied them to all of the bus stops that we had and consulted with our TOD department as well. And what we've done is basically come upon 3 stops that needed to be included that met all of the criterion. So Santa Monica eastbound and 3rd, Santa Monica eastbound and 4th, and Broadway and Ocean all met those criterion and needed to be included. So going back, this is our a revised image of the staff-generated TOD zone map. This should look pretty familiar. We have our 4 light rail stations identified as before, but on the lower left corner, we'll see the 3 downtown bus stops that we're proposing to be included. This is a draft map, and it's subject to change based on SCAG's adoption of their final map. But for conservative purposes and for modeling, we've included them to have more of an accurate representation of all the sites that would be included in the TOD zones. And speaking of the SCAG map, in late May, they released their approach for developing this map. And on June 1st, they released the map itself. They invited the public to respond with any comments or any errors, and with a deadline of June 12th. On June 11th, following all of our consultations with SCAG and HCD, and our own staff, of course, we submitted our letter to SCAG, and we also followed up with them as well. But basically, then the letter, what we indicated is that they did not include the downtown 3 stops that we had previously identified and confirmed. And secondly, that the stop in the bottom that's at Lincoln and Pico has to be removed because it's not a full-time dedicated bus lane. So we're anticipating that the SCAG map will be adopted after the regional council reviews it on July 2nd. But it will be the governing map for SB 79. And just introducing the exclusion ordinance, there are 7 different categories for sites that can be excluded in the ordinance itself. But what we've done here is stricken out the bottom categories because they're not applicable in the city. We don't have these types of sites here. So what we're focusing on in order to get our arms around the full scope of the sites that we can exclude are the first 3, which is if they're located in a TOD zone that has at least 1/3 of the sites offering half of SB 79's standards. And the TOD zone currently provides 75% of the overall TOD SB 79 density. The second category is if it already allows 50% of SB 79 densities in FAR. And lastly, any site that's a locally designated historic resource before January 1st of 2025. So that informs the scope of the sites that we're able to work with. And now I'll pass it off to Rachel.
So this graph just shows the methodology that we use to determine which sites are eligible for exclusion under SB 79. I know it's a little bit dark to see, but the first thing we did was, of course, identify the universe of sites. Under SB 79, any site that is zoned for residential, commercial, or mixed use within the half mile of the stop is eligible. I want to point out that sites that are developed with affordable housing or rent control, they are not specifically excluded because that is a project level exclusion, meaning you could still have an SB 79 housing project that does not demolish affordable housing or rent control units. So that is the direction we confirmed at HCD, that we include the total universe of sites. And so because that is, as they said before, it's a project level exclusion. The second step is calculating the local capacity of each site. So what we did is a simple apply the local density standards and FAR standards to each individual parcel to figure out what the maximum units that you could develop on the site. Also, then the third step is we also calculated SB 79 capacity. So this ignores basically the underlying local zoning standards that's applied to the site, and instead we applied the SB 79 standards. So if it was a quarter mile, you got 100 dwelling units per acre. If you were half a mile, then you got 80 units per acre. So that's a basic calculation that we did. And then once we figured out the capacity, we compared each of the capacity as well as each of the site characteristics to those 3 exclusion criteria that Anna had just mentioned, whether or not the site has a historic resource or like a landmark, or whether or not it has a 50% capacity of SB 79, and whether or not that site is in a high capacity TOD zone. So I'll get into that in detail a little bit here. As I mentioned, the universe of sites basically includes all residentially mixed use or commercial zone sites. I mentioned before that so this basically excludes open space and public lands. And then also, just as a follow-up on the Expo Bundy, we did ask HCD whether or not we could include City of Los Angeles sites. They said we don't have to, and we asked, well, could we? They didn't actually give us a definitive answer. They said, well, no one's really asked us that before, so come back to us. So we're still waiting on their definitive answer, but for the purposes of just providing some information, we did modeling that included the City of LA sites and excluded the City of LA sites, just so that we knew where we stood. In terms of calculating the local capacity, as I mentioned, just applying the base FAR, we don't have maximum density in our commercial zones, so we assume the standard unit size of 700 square feet. This is consistent with what we've been seeing with other projects that have been recently approved. Step 3 was calculating SB 79 capacity, as I mentioned here. And so if you put that all together, this is an example site capacity analysis where we compared local capacity against SB 79 capacity. As you can see here, for a typical parcel in MUB, mixed use boulevard, 15,000 square foot parcel, if it was within a quarter mile, you could still see that our standards of the 3.25 is still higher than what SB 79 offers. So this is the 3 criteria that we looked at all of the sites against, and this is a summary of what the modeling showed. I think the last time we were here in front of you for the study session, we mentioned that all non-residentially zoned parcels basically have at least 50% of SB 79's densities in a residential FAR. So that means basically all commercial zone parcels as well as the R-phone zone parcels can be excluded. And then we looked at all of the landmarks that are within the TOD zones, and we counted 44 parcels that had landmarks. So those could also be excluded. And then finally, and I'll go into the detail here, we found that pretty much all the TOD zones could have a high capacity, meaning that they have 33% of the sites offering 50% of SB 79's capacity, and cumulatively, they allow for at least 75% of the total TOD zone density. And I'll show you what that means. So this chart, I know it's a little bit hard to read, but you can see that, when you compare it against the exclusion zone criteria, I can't point here, but basically the second to the last column, you see that our local zoning, we're providing 174%, 151%. We exceed the capacity of SB 79. So we don't have a problem there. And, because most of our sites also, most of our zones already have enough sites meeting the 33% criteria. Expo Bundy doesn't quite make that criteria, and the reason why is we mentioned before, a lot of those parcels are in the city of LA. Not only that, the ones that are within the city of Santa Monica, they're very large parcels. They're like 5 acres, 2 acres. And because of that, while we have that much capacity, the actual number of sites is just not enough to get us to that 33% criteria. And so you can see here, that is the only zone that we cannot exclude. This is we wanted to take a closer look at the Expo Bundy TOD zone because that is very important. It's in the Pico neighborhood, has a lot of residentially zoned parcels. And you can see that, within the quarter mile, there's nothing within 200 feet, obviously, because that station actually lies within the city of LA. But within a quarter mile, you see 19 R1 zone parcels. And then within the half mile, you see 214 R1 zone parcels and 67 R2 parcels and 6 R3 zone parcels. But because these zones overlap, you have Expo and Bundy, you have Bergamot, and then you have all these zones that overlap, we took out the ones that already exist in the Bergamot TOD zone because since they're in the Bergamot TOD zone, they could be excluded. So we wanted to see what, is actually not eligible for exclusion. So in looking at that, that leaves us 213 R1 zone parcels. So they would be subject to SB 79 come July 1st. 59 R2 zone parcels would be subject to SB 79 and 6 R3 zone parcels would be subject to SB 79 if nothing is done. I say nothing is done because we do have 2 policy questions to ask you. And then this chart here shows what the analysis looks like if we included the city of LA. We consulted with the city of LA. This was their public draft data as of 2 weeks ago. They informed us they are still working on their numbers, so these numbers are subject to change. They definitely said it will change. We just don't know how it will change. But for the time being, this analysis shows that even if we included the city of LA parcels, we're still not meeting that sites criteria threshold. We're still at 31%. So unless City of LA data identifies more sites, we just won't get there. And Also, I just want to note that HCD has still not given us a go as to whether or not we can include these sites as well. So, but this is just for your informational purposes. So the first policy question that we have for you regarding the Expo Bundy zone is whether or not, consistent with past planning commissions, desire to upzone the parcels that's closest to the station, whether or not, perhaps we upzone residentially zoned parcels within the 1/4 mile, so that we raise, and upzoning would mean raising it to 1.5 FAR and 50 dwelling units per acre. The reason why it's 1.5 FAR and 50 dwelling units per acre is because it's 50% of SB 79's capacity. So that's where the 1.5 and the 50 dwelling units per acre comes from. So in this policy option, if yes, the 19 R1 zone parcels and 1 R2 zone parcel would be upzoned. However, as I mentioned, even if we did this, we may still not meet the criteria of the 33%. And so we might still be short unless the revised data from the city of LA identifies more high capacity sites. This might not get us to temporary exclusion. Now, so the second policy option sorry, I'm jumping ahead too here. So this is just a recap. Option 1 would basically target upzoning to a limited number of parcels. That's the 1/4 mile. That would be 19 R1 zone parcels and 1 R2 zone parcel. As I said, option 1 is dependent on HCD allowing us to include the city of LA sites. Again, also, we may not necessarily meet the exclusion criteria of 33% of sites. And so also option 1, when you consider that it's basically upzoning R1 parcels, it's increasing it from 1 unit per parcel to 50 dwelling units per acre. So it's quite a significant increase. This is an example of comparing what it would look like for a typical R1 zone parcel. The existing is, as you see here, is 1 dwelling unit per parcel under our current zoning. And then you have SB 9, which gives you 2 dwelling units. And then you see with SB 79, if it's within a 1/4 mile, it's 100 dwelling units per acre. And so in order to qualify for exclusion, meaning the 50%, this option would increase it to 1.5 FAR and 50 dwelling units per acre, which is still a significant increase. And then we also threw in there SB 1123 to see, if how many units you could get with SB 1123. It's slightly less because they are guaranteed the 30 dwelling units per acre. So that's option 1. Policy question 2, another option for Planning Commission to consider is that we upzone the R2 and R3 parcels all within the Expo Bundy TOD zone to 1.25 FAR and a maximum density of 40 dwelling units per acre so that the TOD zone can qualify for temporary exclusion. So this option means upzoning, here it goes. This policy option would basically upzone 59 total parcels. So that's 53 R2, 6 R3. And so it's not a significant increase compared to what it already is under state law. And I'll show you that in a second. Basically, it would be upzoned from 1.0 FAR to 1.25 for the R2s. And then R3s, they're already allowed a FAR of 1.5. They will only be upzoned in terms of the density from 35 dwelling units per acre to 40 dwelling units per acre. And this option would get us to meeting to the exclusion criteria. It would result in approximately 35% of all parcels having at least 50% capacity. So that will get us into the exclusion criteria. We don't have to count on the City of LA sites to qualify this zone into the exclusion ordinance. And also, if you look at this table here, The upzoning to 1.25 and 40 dwelling units per acre is pretty much similar to what is already offered under SB 684 for subdivision projects. As you can see here, there is a guaranteed 1.25 FAR for housing for subdivision projects between 8 to 10 dwelling units. And there's also a guaranteed density of 30 dwelling units per acre. So this wouldn't be a significant increase in terms of what is already allowed under state law. Okay. So in summary, if none of the options are chosen and targeted upzoning does not happen, then the Expo Bundy TOD zone basically remains uneligible for exclusion. So then all of the residential zone sites, approximately 278, would be subject to SB 79. The exclusion ordinance provides a pathway for the city to maintain local land use control in the short term while we work on a more long-term TOD alternative plan, so that we can have more of a local context housing plan, and it would ease displacement pressures on the Pico neighborhood. And just to give you a rough timeline of what the next steps are, by law, under SB 79, we are required to submit the SB 79 exclusion ordinance at least 14 days prior to adoption. So that means that we are planning for July 14th to City Council. That means that staff would be submitting the exclusion ordinance on June 30th. July 14th, City Council will hold a public hearing to adopt the ordinance. And then if adopted, then city staff will have to submit the ordinance within 60 days, and then HCD has 120 days to review it. The second reading, of course, would happen, and then it actually wouldn't take effect until 30 days after the second reading, so we're probably anticipating around August, end of August, when it actually becomes effective. So there will be a window of time where July 1st hits and then the ordinance becomes effective, that SB 79 will remain applicable. So we could get applications coming in for SB 79 projects until we adopt this exclusion ordinance. And we'll continue, of course, to work on the TOD alternative plan consistent with Planning Commission and Council direction. With that, I'll leave you with a recommendation that you adopt a resolution to recommend to City Council to adopt the exclusion ordinance. And then also we would like your policy input on whether or not to adopt amendments to the zoning ordinance that would include targeted upzoning of multiple unit zone parcels within the half mile of the Expo Bundy station. Happy to hear questions.
Thank you, Ms. Kwok. Before we go on to questions, I'm going to request commissioners to limit this to questions and leave comments and discussion till after the public comment. And if you would raise your hands, since I think the lights don't show up. All right, I'm going to start from this side today. Commissioner Wasserman.
Great. I'll pass these out. Ethan, if you could pull it up. I have questions about maps. So the bus stop at Pico, 4th and Pico, yeah, right here, which is in front of Samo High, across from Belmar Park. Yeah, all right. Yeah, there we go. I'm going to sound like a "Are you a robot?" check. Is this a bus lane?
We have consulted with our partners at Department of Transportation, and it is not a bus lane, it is a bus zone.
Why?
Operationally, it functions very different than a lane. It's only 130 feet. Also, it's really meant for the dropping off and picking up of passengers for this particular bus stop. It exists only in front of the bus stop for that purpose of picking up and dropping off passengers.
That's not true. It extends beyond the bus stop. But do the bus lanes on Broadway and Santa Monica also allow service buses as they unload and load passengers?
Yes, again, this is operationally, we've consulted with our partners at Department of Transportation, and, this is, what they have said, and SCAG has also deemed it to be a bus zone as well. So, and they have the rebuttal presumption of validity, so.
Right, I'm working on that rebuttal. Is this the width of a parking lane, as are the like pullouts at Wilshire? Or is this the width of a normal travel lane?
I'm not an expert on this.
Width of a
So.
normal travel lane. Is it 24/7? Can anybody but buses use it any time of day?
Appears so.
Is there a minimum length of a bus lane in any of the text of the law, the SCAG implementation, or the HCD implementation?
I'm afraid I'm not the expert to answer that kind of question.
Michelle, if the city calls an apple an orange, does that hold any weight in a lawsuit? By which I mean, this appears to be a bus lane. If the Department of Transportation disagrees, is that going to hold any water if we get sued about this?
I'm going to say a very lawyerly answer, and that's it depends.
Okay. I will save the rest for comments. I think
It
the
becomes a car.
picture speaks for itself.
Before you go off of this,
Yeah.
can I ask a question? On the light post, it says there's a $500 fine. On the right by the green. What is that for? Being in that bus lane? Or bus, I mean, I'm just curious, out of curiosity. Does anybody know? Can anybody read what?
My understanding.
You parking in the red zone.
Do not
Oh,
block.
no, that's the intersection. There
Never mind.
are fees for being in the
Okay,
bus
never
lanes.
mind. Thank you for answering.
For blocking the intersection, it looks like.
Jesus.
Do you have more questions?
Yeah, so I really do appreciate that you all flagged the other bus stops, that there's, in the draft ordinance, there's language about using a local map. Is the plan, though, once SCAG adopts their final map on July 2nd, to have our local map equal SCAG's, even if they overrule the ones that you identified?
Yes.
Okay. Let's continue here. Walk us through what a lawsuit would look like if a developer has a proposal in a zone that they believe qualifies, but SCAG doesn't think so.
Well, again, it depends on the facts of the situation and what the defenses would be. Under the statute, there is a rebuttable presumption of validity with the SCAG maps. So that means that the maps and the stops that are indicated in the maps have a presumption that they are accurate and true. If somebody wanted to challenge that, they would have to present evidence, and the burden of proof would be on the challenger to demonstrate that the maps are inaccurate or inadequate.
Thank you. Let's see. I'll save the rest for comments. That's it for me.
Thank you. Next is Commissioner Reese.
At the beginning of Rachel, your presentation, you talked a little bit about RSO and below market units and how that played into your calculation. And I think what I heard you say was when you're looking at the aggregate of the area, you count those?
Correct.
Okay. But doesn't SB 79 have some protections for people who are there today for
It does in the sense that you cannot, if you're a housing project that demolishes rent-controlled, more than three or more rent-controlled or affordable units, you don't qualify for SB 79. So HCD views it as like a project-level exclusion, meaning that theoretically a project could come in and not demolish those units. So they could still take advantage of SB 79 and not demolish those units, which is why they say when you're looking at the capacity and the universe of sites eligible SB 79, they're technically eligible.
Okay. But what I'm hearing is they're protected.
They are
They
protected.
would not be getting displaced.
Right.
Okay.
Yes.
Interesting. All right. What's our best argument why we think the City of LA sites should count for us?
What's our best argument?
Yeah, why do we think that some other jurisdictions?
I think it's the law is unclear as to whether.
And that, but why do we think that we should be able to do that other than the fact that it helps us make this argument?
I don't think we've have an opinion either way. I think our question was to SCAG whether or not we could or could not count it because the law is unclear as to whether or not all sites within the zone should be included because it doesn't delineate between one city versus another. And
Yeah, we asked the question because the law actually, and we always do plain reading, plain language reading. It doesn't say you can't. And so
We have no control over their zoning.
we do not. We did have, I think, as Rachel indicated, an initial consultation with the city of Los Angeles, understanding, council's interest in, retaining as much local control over. So with respect to that Expo Bundy stop, with so much of the geography in city of Los Angeles, it was just trying to understand, like, does that get us over, a threshold to include it? It's just kind of looking at all the different avenues.
And in a range of, is there an estimate like how many more sites in Santa Monica we would need to get up to that 33%?
Yeah, I mean, it's basically option 2 gets you there, and that was about 50 sites we would need. And the reason why we don't, as I mentioned, that we don't meet that number of sites criteria is because our sites are so big in the mixed use creative.
Just wondering if we could go in and do some subdivisions. Let's see. The difference between 19 R1 and 231, that's the delta between the quarter mile to the half mile?
No, the 19 and the 214, you mean?
Yeah, maybe it was 214.
Okay, yeah, 19 are within the half mile, and then 214 are within the, sorry, I'm reversing that. 19 are within the quarter mile, and 200 and something are in the half mile.
Yeah, I mean, it's splitting hairs, but when I was zooming in on those maps, looking at them, I mean, I could get to maybe 10 R1 lots, partial lots, but not 19, but that's splitting hairs. Where are the R2 and R3 sites located?
R2 and R3, they're mostly
As option
half mile.
Retention option 2.
Yeah, mostly half mile.
So it's pushing density further away from the transit. And then you had argued that the ease of one of the values of the exclusion ordinance is protections for residents. But I think we just determined that anybody who's in a deed restricted, an RSO, is protected already, correct?
I mean, you could still, if it's two units or less, they're not SB 79, you could still do SB 79. So the protections really apply to 3 units or more.
Okay. Then you also had a very long list of sites that you went through. And in there was a column labeled affordable. What was the intent of that?
Yeah, we were just trying to identify which parcels had affordable, which parcels had rent control, just for our own, edification. I hear you about you pointed out a number. I'll have to check on that. Unfortunately, our affordable housing database is not quite, we have to kind of piece it together because there's been some corruption in the data from the housing division side. So we'll take a closer look at that. But it was just for edification. All of the sites that includes rent control units and affordable are included in the universe of sites, as I said. Ultimately, when someone comes to us with an SB 79 application, we're going to have to do a verification parcel by parcel and site by site to verify whether or not there is going to be affordable units or rent control units on the site that would be demolished.
Thank you. You're responding to an email I had put out too, because I had put out for the commission's edification, my property, according to this, had as an affordable unit on it, and I was surprised by that. Now, what's the timing on the TOD plan? Best case scenario.
I think council gave us direction for 6 months for a mini kind of TOD plan, focusing really exclusively on Expo and Bundy.
Okay, those are my questions for right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Lambert.
First, I want to congratulate you guys on an amazing staff job. I mean, the amount of work and thought and analysis, I can't hear myself, that went into it is extraordinary. So thank you for that. I have a number of questions. First, isn't the rationale for including rent-controlled sites SB 684, which allows you to put more units on a rent-controlled property?
Sorry, can you repeat that question?
Well, it's kind of arcane. SB 684 is like the 1125 for multifamily sites. So you can add units to a rent-controlled property and I can't remember what the number is.
I think you're referring to the fact that 684 allows for a remainder parcel that gets to retain the existing units that might be on site now, that they would not reduce the 10 units that they might get to receive under SB 684.
Oh, okay.
So yes, you can essentially get more than 10 units if there's an existing unit on
But
site.
it's a vehicle for that.
I don't think rent control is the threshold in which you can do that or not. It's just the state law references that if there's an existing unit on site that you would like to retain, it would not reduce the ability to get to the
got it.
maximum
Okay.
allowed under
Okay,
684.
I got it, thank
Yeah,
you.
you would have to subdivide it and leave that as the remaining parcel.
And just to clarify, SB 79 really doesn't have accountability other than the zoning issue, right?
What do you mean by
But it's not like the housing, it's not like RENA, where we have to produce the number of units that are within a TOD. I mean, do they monitor that, or it's just, it gives owners an option to actually build?
It's just another tool in the toolbox to
Right.
help us get to the arena. And so I think the state regulators, what they're thinking is like, well, if local zoning isn't going to do it, maybe there's this other route for cities to achieve arena.
I can't remember, are there inclusionary requirements in SB 79?
So there are, but it also says if the local jurisdiction has more stricter affordable inclusionary requirements, then they have to default to those.
And ours are?
And ours are.
Okay. And then again, just to reiterate, the site selection criteria we use for the housing element are not used for SB 79. We just
No,
list everything.
completely different. Sites inventory actually looks at like not feasible, like likelihood of sites turning over. SB 79 doesn't care about that.
So we couldn't like meld the SB 79 sites into the housing element because we have absolutely no idea if any of it's going to work.
I mean, there are two different methodologies,
Right.
yeah.
And I'm also just kind of curious how this exercise is going to feed into the seventh cycle housing element.
Yeah, I mean, the TOD alternative plan is also a very different methodology. Instead of looking at local capacity, it looks at net capacity, meaning it looks at what exactly is on the site. So it's a whole different methodology again. So we would be utilizing a very, very different set of database as well. So.
Okay. I just have a few more. If a project proposes removing a landmark that's done after 2025 January, doesn't it still have to go through CEQA?
Yeah, I mean, it has to go through the C of A.
It goes, and if it's a National Register property, it goes through NEPA.
Correct.
So it's not, I mean, even if it's designated after January 2025, it's not an easy task to destroy a landmark.
Yeah.
Okay. And I would just like to hear, so basically, 2-unit rent control properties are not exempt from SB 79. So a duplex with tenants could be demolished and redeveloped, correct?
Correct.
Do you think, well, you weren't there, but I don't know if that was an oversight or intentional, given who did it. And then finally, what we're doing tonight, where does CEQA plug into all this?
SB 79 actually has a provision that says that any ordinances pursuant to SB 79 is exempt. So no CEQA required.
So if we like double density of the entire city, we don't have to do an EIR?
No.
That's
I mean,
really
it's-
unbelievable. Unbelievable. This is just a side issue and that I've been thinking more and more about. What about like disaster evacuation?
In terms
Getting out of here if there's a big earthquake or a fire, even though we have so much concrete, that's unlikely. But if people have to leave quickly, so none of that is can be accounted for because there's no CEQA analysis whatsoever. That is really incredible. Okay, you know how I feel, right? Okay, thank you.
Are you done? Thank you, Commissioner Lambert. Next is Commissioner Landris.
All right, thank you. Okay, so thank you for a terrific staff report. I just want to make sure that I'm clear on a few things. So, and forgive me, you will have said this, but I just want to make sure I understand it correctly. Because having been at the council discussion, it sounds like we have more information than we did then. And I just want to reiterate in case we, based on what happened in Beverly Hills. So the first thing is our capacity calculations do not reference rent-controlled properties because HCD came back to Beverly Hills and said, the status of being rent-controlled has a look-back that expires on a rolling basis, and therefore you have to include it as a capacity number. Whether you can touch it in any given moment, maybe yes or no, but it has to be included in capacity. So our capacity calculations do not exclude rent-controlled properties because they might not be excluded 7 years from now.
Correct.
Okay. Great. So I appreciate the way that you calculated capacity, but I think it's important that the public understand, why that happened. And then on the good news side, the understanding at council had been nothing becomes effective until HCD says it can, but now we've heard from HCD that once an ordinance becomes effective, it will be effective unless and until HCD voids it.
Yeah, pretty much. They said that, they have their time to review it, but it still becomes effective.
Okay. This is maybe a legal question for Michelle. If we were to pursue, well, two things. It strikes me, one, that option 1 and option 2 are not mutually exclusive. We could adopt both because one's really about R1 and the other's really about R2. But to the extent that we were going to do these things, I understand that SB 79 has no sunset date. Could we tie those upzonings to the applicability or to SB 79? So if SB 79 is ever repealed, or if the provisions of SB 79 that are prompting us to do these things were ever repealed, that zoning would be reversed.
Yes.
Okay, so we could do that. That's very
It
helpful.
could be a provision in the ordinance.
That's very helpful. Okay, and then I think that's it for me. Yeah, that's it for me for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Fresco?
Except for expressing my awe at your sites table and all the information that went into that.
I give credit to Jesse Brown, who's sick, unfortunately.
Well, please share our awe. I mean, it was really an amazing amount of fine-grained data, but you guys pretty much covered my questions being last. Makes it easy.
Thank you. I do have, I think, 3 questions. The first one, just to clarify, when you do come forward with the alternative TOD plan, do you hypothetically have the option to roll back the targeted upzoning at that time?
I mean, they could both work in conjunction. I don't think that, necessarily we need to roll it back.
But since the alternative TOD plan will replace whatever existing zoning is in place at the time, you could rethink it at that time.
Correct, yeah.
Understood. For that, as it relates to your schedule, since SB 39 will likely...
Can I jump in? But
yes.
The upzoning would have to, targeted upzoning would have to stay in place until 2030, even if you adopt. It would have to stay in place until 2030, even if you do an alternate plan in order to qualify that area for delay.
No, it wouldn't need to stay in place. If we did a TOD alternative plan, we would just keep moving capacity around sites, and that would be
This
a
question was asked at council because how do those two things play together? So if the exclusion ordinance, was brought into effect and it's in effect until 2030, it doesn't mean the city couldn't adopt a revised, a replacement ordinance, if you will, through a TOD alternative plan, right? And through that, basically be a mechanism to say, this repeals that thing and replacing it with this. So that's sort of like future actions, all policy discretion of the council.
Did I understand? Yeah, all right. My next question is, since SB 79 will take effect before your excluding ordinance takes effect, was it roughly 1 to 2 months?
A 2-month window, probably.
Right.
Yeah.
I just want to get a sense of, typically for an SB 79 project, what would be your estimate of how long it takes for a project to get vested on the existing?
Well, I mean, it would follow the same processing timelines as a normal housing project under the Housing Accountability Act. So it would be the 150 timelines. So
100, I see. So that's typically longer than that period when we're expecting SB 79 to.
I mean, they would be vested, so they would be locked in. So it's not like they would just, once that ordinance kicks in, that they won't.
So it's vested from the date the application is accepted?
That is our typical practice as well. And also, they could still also file an SB 330 preliminary application that would further vest them into those rights, for 180 more days. So there is a window, and we wouldn't pull the rug out from anyone if they applied during that 2-month window.
All right. My third question was actually just a follow-up from something Commissioner Landris mentioned. Between option 1 and option 2, I just want to be clear. My initial assumption was that option 2 included parcels within the entire half mile,
Correct.
as opposed to just between quarter mile and half mile. Correct?
The option 2 is everything that's R2 and R3 within the half mile. But there are I think there's only one R2 parcel within the quarter mile. So effectively, you're talking about mostly the half mile.
I see. Thank you. That's all my questions. Reese has another question.
Yeah. I would love to see where those R2 and R3 sites are, just to get an understanding.
There is a map on our website that you could overlay the zoning. Oh, but we could also get you in the inventory. We could also get you a list, do a filter.
It's most relevant if we could see it today. But
Oh, okay, right now.
anyways, here's my other question. Is there a world where it turns out we got about 200 emails on another issue. Is there a world where we could, in our TOD plan, densify the quarter mile enough where we could take away some of the development rights in some of these other areas that are less desirable for that amount of housing? I mean, I imagine it means we have to amend our housing element, but is there a pathway forward where when we do this, we could address two problems? One is to address this SB 79 issue, but also to try to take away some of the concerns about overscaled projects elsewhere.
You mean for the TOD alternative plan?
Yes.
You could, but remember there are rules with the TOD alternative plan. You can't reduce the site capacity by more than 50%. You could only move it somewhere else up to 200%. And then, so there are rules with the TOD alternative plan.
I'm in my world I'm asking about right now, I'm talking about densifying the TOD plan so that places outside of the half a mile can be tiered back a little bit.
Oh, the TOD alternative plan only applies within the half mile.
I understand,
Yeah.
but I'm saying is instead of just meeting the SB 79 criteria, we go over that. And now we've created excess capacity and we can try to relieve some of the pressure, like let's just say Ocean Park where there's not transit.
I mean, theoretically you could, but I mean, again, I think you would still have to,
Because I hear a concern.
I guess I'm
from the
trying to
commissioner
understand
is that if we have a problem that maybe we're not supposed to downzone once we've upzoned, but if we're showing the capacity elsewhere in the city.
So can we have just a point of clarification? So I think what you're asking, and I think it's important to distinguish between like the SB 79 context, right? Which is, your eligibility and the TOD plan. And the reason, some of the reasoning for putting in place an exclusion ordinance is because it really allows the city to do more holistic planning. You don't want to do this TOD alternative plan and then we come to the 7th cycle housing element and we're trying to find sites for, we don't even have our arena yet, right? Like what are we actually planning for in terms of accommodating housing? I think the question you're asking is whether there's the opportunity to like basically move capacity from outside the TOD zone into it. Is that what you're saying? Yeah, so I think overall, we would have to take a look. It honestly would be case by case and understanding what that is, how the standards change, because it's very clear in terms of downzoning. It's not just that you can't downzone beyond what you just did. It's at 2018 is the base under state law. You can't downzone below whatever the zoning was, in 2018. We also have our commitments under the sixth cycle housing element, right? That is also a baseline separate and apart from SB 330. And then, beyond that, again, we don't have the instructions for this, forthcoming housing element. All of those inputs, would have to be taken into consideration about whether the numbers work out. I think we understand the concept in theory, potentially, right? But in terms of like whether it would meet all of the other kind of like thresholds, if you will, for where the city wouldn't be able to move the needle, or, where we can't move capacity around, like we would have to take all of that into consideration. I don't think we necessarily have like
Yeah, I
full
didn't think
free
it would
reign
be-
on it.
I didn't
though.
think it would be easy, but it just seems
Yeah.
like we have two problems here. We have
No,
two things that
understood,
could be
yeah.
Addressed.
Yeah.
And we end up we end up reducing vehicle miles traveled by putting density near transit.
Yeah, I mean, some of this is truly, it's the product, of the state stepping in, statewide on things. It's sort of, and sometimes these like local nuances get missed, if you will, right? And I think it's hard for us to say yes or no. I think we can say everything is potentially possible. We'd have to just take a look at what that means in terms of all our other commitments.
That's great. I would appreciate that because
Can I
and we got
follow?
to stop blaming the state. The state stepped in because cities couldn't do their work.
Can I follow up on that? Because I think Commissioner Reese is asking an important question, and where it becomes relevant is when we had the missing middle conversation, I actually ran an analysis of the missing middle stuff against SB 79. And the key takeaway about that is that remember that SB 79 is an optional pathway. The developer can choose to opt into SB 79. The developer can choose to opt into SB 9 or SB 1123. But what's really important to remember
Commissioner Landers, do you have a question?
I do, is that, well, I'll put this in the form of a question. Do you realize that? No, the point is there is nothing to prevent the city from creating another local program that would densify an SB 79 parcel above and beyond SB 79 standards in exchange for something else. And I think that's the thing that you're ultimately asking about. And I just wanted to put it on the record that, in fact, there is nothing stopping us from doing that. SB 79 on its own won't allow us to TOD alternative using non-SB 79 parcels, but we could create a local program. That's the point. That's what I just wanted to stress. Did you know that?
Answer to that question.
Did you know that?
My answer is you understood where I was heading with that. I just see it as an opportunity, and I have, before I die, I
Can
want
we
to see
save this
things.
for discussion later? All right. Any more questions? I'm trying to follow the rules here. Any more questions? All right, great. So we can move on to public comment. I have two folks who sign up to speak. Joseph Cohen-May and Nathaniel Wilson, if you'd come up. And do we have 3 minutes each? Yeah.
Hello, I'm Joseph Cohen-May, downtown Santa Monica resident. I came here today mainly to talk about the downtown ordinance, but I figured I'd speak on this because I'm kind of an expert on SB 79. So one thing is just to clarify from a discussion earlier with SB 330, with the inability to down zone below levels of 2018, is if you're increasing capacity elsewhere, you potentially can do that. That is allowed by the law. But there's the issue specifically with Santa Monica, because HCD is kind of strict on this. Santa Monica, you could run into affirmatively furthering fair housing issues, especially for moving density from like Ocean Park into the Pico area. I strongly disagree on Jacob Wasserman. That is not a bus lane, that's a bus stop. The Silver Line metro stops and the highway, which are way bigger, are not being counted as bus lanes. If those don't count as bus lanes, that definitely doesn't. I also, of the option one, I want to note that LA kind of is doing a similar conceptual thing with upzoning single family properties to be able to exclude. And their ordinance allows 10 units within a half mile and 16 units within a quarter mile. And those potentially is 2 to 3.4 far. And I feel like upzoning only 6 units is kind of just an upzone on paper, although maybe it might make townhomes development be able to be slightly denser or more feasible, but otherwise it's really an exercise in something that no developer is going to use. And then the second option, I feel like, as I understand it, this would increase displacement pressure because you're essentially putting more capacity on parcels that are going to have existing rent-controlled apartments on them, rather than parcels that have single-family homes. If you allowed SB 79 to go into effect, which I'm not saying you should do, but the properties that are R2 properties, if they have more than 2 units on it, they're not eligible for development. But if you do a local upzoning of the sites, those do become eligible for development. And so it feels like that proposal, my understanding of it, it seems to be removing protections rather than increasing them. I just think you should.
A question for you.
Commissioner
Okay. What you were saying about this sort of halfway upzoning of R1, would that not still leave room for local incentive programs around R1?
Yeah,
That
that is a good point. Is you can the way this is being done, you can do the bonus program on top of it where LAs can't. That is a good point there.
Okay.
Did you realize that if we upzone R2 and R3, aside and apart from SB 79, for a rent-controlled property, you can't remove those units other than through the Ellis Act. You can't remove them without replacing them on site.
Yeah, no, you do have to replace them on site, but that is
onerous.
Yeah, that is onerous, but it is still you're still making like those would not be feasible to redevelop at all under SB 79, but would be under that. That's just the point that I'm making.
Thank you. Nathaniel Wilson.
Council members, city attorney, planning manager, Nathaniel Wilson.
Is the mic on?
Talking to the mic, yeah.
Excuse me, Nathaniel Wilson, and after my name is AIA and AICP, and I am a graduate of the UCLA School of Architecture and Urban Planning. I've lived in Santa Monica since 1999. And I live at 2907 Virginia Avenue. So on your map, that is between Bergamot Station and Expo. I've studied the history of RHNA and SCAG and the threatened lawsuits about jobs and jobs housing balance. I think you all realize that this, why Senate Bill 79 matters is that it builds on the same housing production philosophy that drove RHNA allocations. Understood that we're kind of going even further and further in a demand from SCAG for additional density. And I applaud the exclusion ordinance that's been drafted. I think it's wonderful to be proactive, to push back on SCAG for things that don't really make any sense and aren't going to work for Santa Monica. One of my comments is that in mapping, you draw a circle to constitute a radius, but you could have considered a district with equal area. So maybe think outside the box as how you want to map these increased density areas to minimize the impact to the residents. I participated in the Bergamot Station development planning, and I am, as a citizen architect, I show up and try to give helpful comments. My concern in this situation is that Santa Monica, that there's been a lot of unexpected consequences from the Expo line. As soon as it was put in, we had to stop having the concerts on the beach. We had lots of extra people, and the development of housing along the Expo has gone completely unchecked. Santa Monica says that they want to be water independent. They can be water independent if we continue to build housing and are flushing our toilets with drinking water. People come here from other countries and ask me about that. And Commissioner Lambert, you mentioned seismic events. So we know Lucy Jones' study for the city of LA indicates that when the San Andreas shifts, there won't be water for 12 million people. So water independence should be of paramount importance. Please consider this as a tool that you may use to write in to your ordinance to reduce the amount of housing that SCAG is able to impose on us in areas where we just don't have the water for people to live here. Those are my thoughts on the subject.
Thank you. So that brings us to the end of the public comment, and we can now proceed with discussion. If I might, I think if you could raise your hands if you want to say something, and I think we'll start. Let's try to get through this item first. If we can start from that side, and if I can ask if somewhere in your discussion you can speak to your preferences related to the two options, or if you have an alternative to suggest.
Okay. Would you mind putting up that map I sent? Please, thank you. So we've gotten a lot of letters in various directions in favor of exclusions, not in favor of them. But I just want to say that I believe when we worked on our 6-cycle housing element, we did a pretty good job upzoning and creating plenty of capacity to meet our RENA plus. And the comparison of SB 79 upzoning versus what we already have really tells that story. And I think that what we're seeing now is blind hammer zoning instead of the kind of scalpel zoning that we did. And it's not actually increasing capacity, it's harming people. And when I opened my packet and I saw the SCAG version, which I know has changed somewhat, basically that bottom bubble has moved a little bit further north, but it looked very familiar to me because the map that I overlaid it on there shows you where our people of color, basically Black people, Mexican people, and Japanese people, I mapped them from census records. This map only reflects up to 1940 because I made it during COVID and that's all that was available then. But I've since looked closely at the 1950 map and basically it just becomes denser and more people in that zone who are non-white and who are constantly being buffeted around by eminent domain campaigns. So you see those outline areas are all places where we've done eminent domain campaigns. The freeway, Olympic Boulevard, the widening of Lincoln Boulevard, the widening of 4th Street, Samo High, Belmar, it goes on and on. The cemetery, almost all of those cases dramatically impacted our people of color in the city. Overall, I think that if we really want to affirmatively further fair housing, we have to really think deeply about what that means. And yes, housing for all, absolutely, I'm down. But we have to have housing diversity, which means we need to make sure that not just the people who live in neighborhoods, but the neighborhoods are protected. Right now, when Mexican or Black people come to us and say, don't do this in my neighborhood, they get labeled as NIMBYs. And I don't think that's right. I think people who've lived in neighborhoods for generations and don't want things to happen in their neighborhood that would force them to a different city is pretty heartless. And we have plenty of places to build this housing. So I am really in favor of the path that we've chosen where we attempt to exclude as much as we can from the blind hammer and take the time to apply a local scalpel that will protect our city. And I think it's really important to remember that housing diversity doesn't just mean you have an apartment on the 3rd floor or you have an apartment on the 18th floor. It also means you have an apartment that has a front yard, you have an apartment that's right up on the sidewalk, you have an apartment or a home on a tree-lined street. I think tree-lined streets with houses and setbacks are also a citywide community amenity where you can walk for hours and for blocks and blocks in a garden landscape that is maintained by all of your neighbors. And there's value in having all these different kind of neighborhoods. So putting this hammer down that makes uniform zoning across every kind of neighborhood is not good for our city. I don't think it's good for any city. And there's lots of finer grained comments I'll make later, but I just really want us to think about people. One of the things about those bubbles there, that was created by an algorithm. And before this housing crisis came to a head and all these new laws started coming down, we looked at our planning from an ethical lens. And, Santa Monica was truly a progressive place. And, a progressive place really looks at economic diversity. It looks at people. It looks at we're responsible for our community and for the people in it. And right now, I wish that planners took a few more ethics classes and a few fewer math classes. I think it would really help us make better decisions for our people who would really feel like this is a better city to live in. So that's really my passion in looking at these very, very technical things and trying to bring the humanity and the life back into it.
Thank you. Commissioner Landris?
So, yes, and I think I'll say a few things. It's a bus stop. It's not. Well, it's a bus stop, and also if I look at where it is, and I'm looking at this bubble map, I believe it's a bus stop, and I think the ethical answer is also that it's a bus stop, right? The community sensitive answer there as well. Could we see the option 1 slide again? I want to try to give actual feedback on the questions. Because I don't know how much wiggle room we have here. But while we're waiting for the slide, I actually still have massive AFFH concerns about this whole implementation in general, and I am waiting for someone somewhere in the state of California to raise that question in a more formal way when it comes to the implementation of SB 79, because I think the truth is that there is a relationship between transit locations and redlining. And so, it's not a coincidence that those lines are lining up. And if we don't have a really honest conversation about why those lines line up, we're asking cities all over the state to make, at best, fraught decisions. So if we come back to policy question 1, can we see the density table? Yeah, that's the one. Okay, so under SB 79, if we let it go, they go to 12 DU. Under the upzoning, we can, and this is before we do a TOD alternative and move stuff around. So I understand that this is all provisional. Under option 1 upzoning, if the state, bless you, calculates one way, we would go to 60U. So I support that. I support that approach. I support the option 1. This version of option 1 upzoning of R1 specifically, and I will say partly why, which is the 60U leaves us, to be very practical, a little bit mercenary, the missing middle option is a better option under what I proposed and this commission supported, because it's 7 or 8 units on R1 in exchange for certain benefits, including 200% AMI housing. So I think, but going to 12 DU automatically, I think is inviting massive redevelopment in our R1 neighborhoods, and I'm not excited about that. Policy question 2, I'm curious to know staff's thoughts on, I think the issue for policy question 2, and again, let's say that every single, God forbid, but let's say that every single rent-controlled unit in that area were Ellis'd tomorrow, it would be 2033 before those units would be eligible to be redeveloped under SB 79, no matter what we do. And we're talking about redoing the math here, ethically, I hope, by 2030. So I'm curious to know from staff, if we do this version in R2, we're not putting any of those rent-controlled units at any risk. So I'm unclear on what the risk is. I listened to what Mr. May said, Cohen May said, where he thinks that if we did the option 2 upzoning, we'd be sort of opening this up for more development on R2. But forgive me, I'm missing the risk if we're going to be back at this by 2030.
So I think of like, in terms of, I think to be really clear.
Yeah.
Option 1 does not get us there. Like, we would have to fully depend on whatever happens in the city of Los Angeles.
No, I understand that.
Right?
Right.
So, and what staff was trying to show here was, really, what is the least amount of like targeted upzoning that could occur? Basically, how much could you upzone to save the many?
Right. And we're not the only city that's doing this math.
No,
a
we're
lot
not.
of cities are doing
we are not the only
50%
ones,
thing.
and we've been on the record explaining as to what we're trying to do. It's in the interest of holistic planning ultimately, right? And so to be clear, option 1 does not get us there. It gets us to 32%. It's like right on the edge, and so many factors out of our control, which is why the recommendation was option 2. However, you've got to kind of go a layer deeper in terms of, although it's 59 R2 zone parcel and 6 R3 zone, of the 59 R2 zones, 26 are developed with 3 or more rent-controlled units and 20 have affordable units on them.
Already.
You cannot redevelop, and just, again, practical development and what we've seen in our experience is because of the replacement unit requirements still apply. We do not see people removing units to add back, 3 extra ones. Like the math just doesn't check out, realistically. So the question, that we were really asking ourselves is, if the displacement risk is not, markedly increased, and that's why we're showing the capacity that you could have under existing state law, right? It's going to increase it maybe a little bit, but if it's not worse, then it's a reason, it's not a reason to do it then, and so we were trying to assess it through that lens. It's just helping explain a little bit, deeper of like what's happening in option 2 relative to existing standards, state law, comparison to SB 79. You might have to give a little bit more, but is there really increased risk there? And I think our calculation was like, not really.
Okay. That's what I'm trying to clarify. But what I'm missing is, if we pick option 2, then does the exclusion include the R1 parcels?
Yes.
Okay, so we wouldn't need to do both. We could just go only, if we do option 1, we have to do option 2.
Right.
And if we do option 2 alone, we don't have to do option 1, and
Correct.
we can wrap in the option 1.
That's correct.
That's what I was misunderstanding. Okay, so then option 2, okay, then it makes sense to do option 2 and not option 1, and not be dependent on an interpretation that may or may not be forthcoming. Okay, that's clear. Okay. Sorry, I was slow. I mean, because I was, this is, I think, look, either way, we are asking the council to preemptively upzone something in a way that if I were a member of the public and I wasn't following this to the extent that you are or we are,
I would say, isn't SB 79 going to upzone everything? Why would we upzone in the middle of that? It's like being in the middle of like bringing water to a hurricane. So thank you for the explanation that this is a strategy to allow us to slow down the process.
And just to add to that, and Rachel kind of explained this, the upzoning that is being proposed under policy 2 is kind of aligns with what SB 684 already allows. Regardless of our upzoning. So we're kind of just baking 684 slightly just into our code through the upzoning. So it's kind of mimicking what could already happen regardless if you do nothing.
And so I would say then, to follow up on what I said earlier, that upzoning should be contingent on the continued applicability of the relevant provisions of SB 79 and SB 684. And if they expire, this expires. Yeah.
Okay.
Are you done, Commissioner Andres? Right, Commissioner Lambert?
I want to respond to what Nina brought up about the effect on people of color. When I look at SB 679's 76, what are we talking about? You just muddied my brain. SB 79's effect on the city of LA has become very clear to me that the supporters of SB 79 really couldn't care less about low-income communities of color because it really knocks LA for a loop in South Central and Pacoima. SB 79 makes sort of a token gesture. It's less difficult. It's more difficult to apply SB 79 in low resource areas that are low income and that are all low income than otherwise. But it's really not meaningful in my opinion in terms of that. You can still wipe those areas out. And yes, it's voluntary. It's not eminent domain. I mean, you sell your property and it's voluntary, and no doubt your property value will go up because of this upzoning. But it really disrupts communities, and it creates gentrification, and it causes displacement, period. So I just generally have a problem with the approach of SB 79, but it's too late. And actually, our low-income minority community in Santa Monica is not a none of Santa Monica's low resource area. Everything is highest resource, with exception of one census tract in Pico, which is only high resource. So it's not even protected by that very limited protection in SB 79. I support option 2 because I see no reason to do both. If option 2 satisfies SB 79, then that's what we're after. But what's interesting, and this is, we aren't on there yet, but I don't understand why we're upzoning if all of our TOD areas already meet the state standard. I know that's not what we're doing right now, but later.
The Expo Pico zone doesn't meet
I understand that, but the other 3.
We're not upzoning any of those. This
I know
strategic.
this action's not, but when we get to downtown, we're talking something different.
Oh, that is a realignment plan goal, so that'll
Okay,
be the next
okay,
item.
all right. That's all I have to say, and I'm going to vote for option 2.
Well, option 1 doesn't really seem like an option. So I think we have to go with 2 if we're going to do an exclusionary ordinance. And it seems like that is the direction that the city is heading in. I again, will just, every chance I get the opportunity, will support putting density within a quarter mile of transit. And I certainly hope that our TOD process actually fulfills that goal. I'm concerned about that, but I guess we'll just have to take that as that process comes to us. I certainly am not a supporter of displacement, but as the one person who lives in the Pico neighborhood, I think that neighborhood has changed dramatically, absolutely dramatically, in the last 10 to 20 years that I have lived there. So there has been displacement there more because of rising rents than anything else. So I question some of what I see on this chart in front of me, but again, my answer is option 2, and please, let's get to the point where we're actually densifying the transit corridors, because I guess another part of that is if we don't have an environment to people live in, I mean, right now temperatures are rising, we're losing water. If we don't have an environment to live in, who cares about the rest of the stuff?
Thank you. Commissioner Wasserman?
Yeah, I have a lot of thoughts, but let me start with this. I was confused. It was left off the staff report, left off the resolution. All 7 of us up here voted to support an implementation or an exclusion ordinance only within the quarter-mile to half-mile band and to let it happen in the quarter-mile. That didn't make the staff report. I know City Council didn't want it, but I still support that, and I don't think anything's changed. I mean, I'll offer some options, and I just maybe want to take a straw poll here. It could be that we only do exclusion ordinance in R zones. It could be only in parcels that have housing, which, you know, you can build housing on non-R zones. It could be the quarter-mile, half-mile distinction we made earlier. It could be only the 17th stop and west. It could be some combination of that. But look, there are commercial displacement pressures, but I think one, as Nina said, that's already kind of the case with our existing zoning. And 2, there are vacant storefronts. There are so many vacant storefronts. And I think that giving as many pathways as possible to redevelop commercial spaces that sit vacant into housing is good. And we had this whole discussion with 1123, with SB 9. It's like, we got to let this law work. We got to let this law work before we tinker with it. I mean, I think that's true here. So, yes, there are 2-unit rent control properties. Let's exclude those. But I think that we all agreed on some sort of split. So I don't know where that went. So I want to take a straw poll over what you all think of a recommendation to do something that isn't just exclusion for all possible sites.
Can you explain, because I think I missed that meeting, just briefly what you're talking about?
Yeah, let me pull up the April 15th minutes that we approved. Commissioner Landris motion, second by Commissioner Lambert, to recommend a 2-track approach to allow for more intense use in quarter-mile while protecting half-mile until 2030 using interim exceptions. So basically to say, let SB 79 go into effect within those small quarter-mile zones, or we can just say commercial, or we could just say 17th and C-word, whatever you want. But on commercial properties, to see what SB 79 can do. I'll talk it up in a second, but we all agreed to that, and I don't know where it went.
Can I?
Yeah, I'll see the floor for a second.
Because I think, Jing, correct me if I'm wrong, council was aware of this, and I think council was extremely cognizant of both its desire to write as simple an ordinance as possible to get it through HCD, number 1, and number 2, council was also very eager to not add hours and hours to staff, given the competing pressures of the local coastal plan and other community development priorities, and ultimately what was going to happen when this ran into the housing element at the end of 2029. There was actually like 15 minutes worth of conversation, which wasn't fully resolved, about when they wanted this to terminate. And I think the only thing that everybody agreed on was that they didn't want staff doing double work when it came to things like the suitable sites inventory. So in principle, I would say I'm open. I mean, I made the motion. I'm absolutely open, especially around your bus lanes in the 4th Street area. And I actually think it would put our downtown plan that's coming next on steroids if we were to let SB 79 go into effect in the downtown area. I am, in view of Nina's map, not comfortable with 17th Street or Bergamot or Expo Bundy, but I would be absolutely convincible on the downtown stop plus the bus lanes.
I just also want to,
Sorry, go ahead.
I just want to point out that much of the upzoning we did during the housing element essentially already matches what SB 79 upzones. That's why we are so easily able to exclude all those zones, as Commissioner Fresco pointed out. So not excluding those is not exactly increasing development standards in those zones. I just want to make sure that's clear.
Yeah, I mean, my answer would be then why exclude them? I mean, there's like ticky-tacky differences between SB 79 and our local standards in various downtown areas. I don't think we need to go through them, but why not open the second pathway for commercial zones or for the downtown zones or whatever limiting principle we want to put on it?
Can I,
Do you mind if I go first?
I just want to touch on that point, but go
All
ahead.
right, please then do that. Yeah, if you want.
My understanding would be, and I'm going to ask staff, is if we did that, which thank you for bringing this back up, that was actually our direction. If we allowed that to go, do we still have the ability to get rid of to exclude the half a mile area? Or is there so much, my sense is there's probably so much density built into our quarter mile, we need that to justify excluding the half mile.
Are you asking essentially if we were to not exclude some zones, could we exclude portions of the zone?
Yeah.
And not not exclude the quarter mile ring, but exclude the half mile ring?
Yeah, you could. I mean, the state law is written says that any site could be excluded if it was in a high capacity zone. All of these, except for Expo Bundy, are in a high capacity zone. So to Commissioner Wasserman's point is that you can exclude maybe all the residential zones and then leave the commercial zones and not exclude those. You don't have to exclude the entire zone altogether.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Thanks. I want to thank staff for what I thought was a pretty thorough analysis. I'm inclined to support the option 2 for a few reasons. Firstly, I do like the fact, in comparison to option 1, that it's spreading the density out a little bit. In my view, the entire half mile is worth spreading density within, not just a quarter mile. I also, clearly option 1 isn't really an option because it doesn't get us to where we need to go. I do appreciate the analysis that showed very clearly in my mind that Santa Monica is already achieving way more than SB 79 requires us to. And so I'm more in favor, I'm not opposed to more density, but I would like to see that done more thoughtfully than with a ham-handed approach just based on a radius. So that's why I support option 2. Does anybody want to make a motion?
Sure, I'll move the resolution with option 2 incorporated. I would like to with my motion, if there's a second for it, I would like to reiterate our affirmatively furthering fair housing concerns as an overarching concern for this project.
I'll second it, but I want to know what you mean by that. How do you actually implement what you're talking about?
Well, we in April said what happens when the implementation of SB 79 in Santa Monica bumps up against our affirmatively furthering fair housing commitments in the housing element. And so I think that's going to happen, and I think that needs further study and potentially needs to be resolved in a different forum.
I mean, this is not.
That's my question. My question is, what do we do? My question is that we remain concerned that implementing SB 79 in Santa Monica will potentially conflict with keeping our housing element promises relative to affirmatively furthering fair housing.
This is for another discussion some other time.
Correct.
But I've always been, I'm not clear, given that Santa Monica is entirely a highest resource area and everybody has access to the same schools and everything else, why we are still talking about that. But that's
because not everybody actually has high resources, and some people with fewer resources manage to live here.
You're talking about income. I'm talking about public services and jobs and public, how they define it.
But our commitment is not to just keeping the high resources available, but to making sure a whole range of different kinds of people have access to them.
They do.
And if I can...
If we can keep them in the city, they do.
But I'm trying to streamline the debate here. I'm not actually trying to open up the question of what is high resource, what isn't, is it income, is it access? I'm saying we made some promises in the housing element to protect certain neighborhoods. SB 79 is ultimately potentially going to break those promises. And that is what I'm asking. What I'm saying is we're approving this resolution, we're recommending option 2, and we are also reminding council of the potential conflict between our implementation of SB 79 on the one hand and the promises that we made in the HCD approved housing element in the other. And that's it. I'm not trying to reopen, right? That's clean. Do you still second that? Yeah. Okay.
Can I ask a quick question? In your motion, does that include a potential sunset date?
Yes.
Of
With the
these?
sunset date of the upzoning attached to the provisions of SB 79, SB 684, and any other state law that requires upzoning of this type and scope.
Commissioner Wasserman?
Yeah, let's try something. I want to move to amend the motion to allow SB 79 to go into effect in commercial zones in the downtown expo stop and downtown bus lane stop zones.
That's friendly to me. Friendly to you?
I don't know what that means.
So don't exclude commercial zones in the around downtown expo stop and downtown bus lane stops.
Well, we're about to upzone all of downtown. Doesn't that satisfy you?
Yeah, that,
With the provisions that we're talking about next, not under SB 79. It's different requirements.
I can't support that.
I mean, you did 3 months ago.
What?
Well,
I'm going to make a substantive motion that we amend it so that we upzone all commercial areas within the quarter mile of the transit on all of our transit stops.
they're already
What about legacy businesses?
What about them?
We're going to displace them? Does that work?
That's what makes neighborhoods
wait,
work.
hold on. Is that friendly?
No, I'm just asking as a
Made a
question. No,
substitute
it's
motion,
not.
So he's looking for a second.
A substitute motion to my amendment or to your original?
Substituting his motion, your amendment failed.
So his is waiting for a second.
Yeah, I'll second it.
So now we have to vote on his substitute motion.
All right. Should we take a vote?
I'm sorry.
Do you want to
Just ask
quickly
a
repeat?
clarification. Just, is it to upzone or to not exclude them?
Not exclude.
Okay, so the amended motion that was friendly? No.
No.
Oh, so then,
It was
you're
a
just
second.
making a
So
second.
basically,
made a second.
Okay.
Commissioner
Sorry,
Reese,
so
Commissioner Reese took our
understood.
motion
Yes.
and said, our motion with the addition or the caveat that exempt from exclusion shall be all commercial zones within a quarter mile of
And who
of
was
it.
the second on that?
Commissioner
It's
Wasserman.
not,
Yeah, Commissioner Wasserman
We're
seconded
going
it.
to vote on
On
that
the
substitute
substitute
motion.
motion,
Okay, Commissioner Fresco,
No.
Commissioner Lambert.
No, oh, sorry.
Sorry, Commissioner Landris. We'll just go.
yeah, we look alike.
I know.
No, I'm sitting out of alpha
Seeing
order.
double.
No.
Commissioner Lambert,
No.
Commissioner Reese,
Yes.
Commissioner Wasserman.
Yes.
Vice Chair Chaco.
No.
Motion fails.
Yeah, so then my motion to just do commercial zones in the downtown area.
Friendly to me, but unfriendly to Leslie.
Yeah, so I'm looking for a second then.
I'll second it.
Substitute motion.
No, I'm offering an unfriendly amendment.
Oh, an unfriendly amendment. Yeah, I'll second your unfriendly amendment because I agree with you.
So this would just be another substitute motion.
No, and I'm amending Sean and Leslie's motion.
Explain exactly what you're saying.
He's saying our motion plus, sorry. He's saying our motion plus all commercial zones in the downtown area only. So that's the expo stop plus the 3 bus lanes that we expect to be
It
included.
immediately becomes subject to SB 79.
Only the commercial.
Only the commercial.
Well, I don't see the point in that. We're about to upzone downtown. What's the
Fine,
point?
It's
we
sloppy.
said we wanted something along those lines and it is,
I don't remember.
it's somewhat performative, but
That was before we did the upzoning.
I understand.
So would you restate the motion, please, with the amendment?
No, but it's not
Just so we're
accepted
clear.
yet, so we need to vote on the amendment. The amendment is to add.
The amendment is to not exclude from SB 79 commercial zones around the downtown stops, TOD stops.
So let's vote on that amendment.
Okay, Commissioner Fresco, Commissioner Landris,
Yes.
Commissioner Lambert,
No.
Commissioner Reese,
No.
Commissioner Wasserman,
Yes.
Vice Chair Chaco.
No.
Motion fails.
All right. So can we call the question on our motion?
A staff direction, maybe. I'm not going to fight those bus stops, the bus stop here, but I will say that the SCAG map is openly violating HCD guidance. Like they even say in their report that I put on the agenda, we are not following HCD guidance. I cannot see how it stands up in court. I mean, there are problems with stops outside of Santa Monica that are not relevant here, but I am not certain that they are going to go for the 3 bus stops that staff are putting their, they're saying those count. I don't know if SCAG is going to go for it. So what I would like staff direction to be is no matter what SCAG says, to keep those 3 downtown bus lane stops in our local map.
Not friendly.
No.
No.
Is that even an option?
Just to provide some assurance, we've had many conversations with SCAG, and the direction that we've been getting from them is they seem to agree with us on those 3 bus stops. So just they'll provide some assurance for you.
Yeah, I mean the SCAG map is bunk. I'm just gonna say it, and like I can point you to the page where they say we are ignoring HCD guidance. HCD is investigating currently the
Okay,
SCAG
but
map.
we
Can we
can't.
just vote?
Can I just say, and we said this to a former commissioner who was like, we have to be forgive me for saying this, we have to be mindful of our roles. And I think in this moment, if you want to make a policy argument for upzoning those areas, that's a separate conversation. But I think we have to follow, I'm going to say, I think we have to follow the city attorney and staff here because they have knowledge of the conversations with SCAG. We can disagree with SCAG, but we're also bound by the process that we're following. And your point is well taken. If they don't put the bus lanes on the SB 79 map, then we ought to find another way to upzone those areas. I don't disagree with that, but I strongly disagree with recreating SB 79 just for those bus lanes because you disagree with SCAG.
We're not
Let me just
eliminating
say
the
that-
possibility of upzoning those in the future. We're just not making them subject to SB 79 right
Sure.
now.
Well, I'll put it in perhaps a little more, I don't know, different terms, is that if we add them to our map and then immediately exclude them as the vote here has happened, then they won't be subject to SB 79, at least until 2030. If we don't, SCAG doesn't add them, a developer sues, a developer wins because SCAG map is not good, then they can use SB 79.
Can I just add something? Those bus stops add a couple blocks on either side because of the 4th and Colorado station.
But
it's not a big
They
deal.
add places to put density from neighborhoods we're more worried about. Like the more we can put.
Okay. I'd love to get
we
on to
can
the
take a-
next
we can
item.
take a vote.
Could we vote on what let me try to build some consensus here. Can we encourage staff to consider the possibility that there might be some disagreement between SCAG and HCD over bus stop applicability and that encourage the city to make sure that it's protected?
I'll withdraw my motion and go with that.
Here, go with that? Is that friendly? I mean, to Leslie, is that friendly?
I guess.
Okay. Is that, Michelle, is that friendly?
I've given up.
I always like to encourage that the city is protected.
Thanks.
So
It goes without saying. It goes without saying that.
It goes without
Exactly.
saying,
Thank
yeah,
you.
okay.
So I believe the motion on the table is to go with option 2 with reminders to city council how this might affect our AFFH goals in the housing element, but to also include essentially a sunset date of this temporary upzoning until other laws either also sunset or we have a TRD alternative plan that can replace this exclusionary ordinance.
Not
And
exclusion.
that we're asking,
Upzoning.
And we'll make sure that the bus stops are reviewed.
that we know, but that we're protecting, I think Commissioner Wasserman's point is well taken, that we not be exposed in the event that our ordinance stands, even if there's some dispute between SCAG and the state over what counts.
The effect of the bus stops is minimal.
Right, but
Well, the bus stops are in our
go.
downtown
Let's
where
vote.
the
Let's vote.
zoning
Let's
is
vote.
way above SB 79 anyway.
Right.
So
Shall we-
it
shall
doesn't
we vote?
matter.
Okay, Commissioner Fresco,
Yes.
Commissioner Landris,
Yes.
Commissioner Lambert,
Yes.
Commissioner Reese.
No, I vote against this. I think that we're shooting ourselves in the foot in the long run with our environment by not densifying around transit and being more aggressive about this.
Commissioner Wasserman.
No, and the rules of order do allow us to explain our no votes. Affirmatively furthering fair housing is allowing people's kids to come back and live somewhere without rent pressures. I looked at the map that Commissioner Fresco put up, and the gray is the problem. The parts outside of the SB 79 zones are the problem. That's the exclusion. That's the eminent domain, the restriction on building outside of our transit zones. So I vote no, because SB 79 is what we need.
Vice Chair Chaco.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Can we afford a break here? Let's see, it's 8. All right, let's take a 5-minute break, please. 5 minutes. It's now 8:29. We'll reconvene at 8, what's my math? 8:34, right?
8:35, we'll just round it out.
That's a 15% up.
Wait. You know what's very good, but also not great? I think it's hard to do a great cookie. Levain is a great cookie. But you go into a sugar coma immediately because it's like this big. Yeah. Juniors. I love your bowl. Have you tried Juniors? Whatever. Yeah. There's one in the valley, but there are a few all over. Juniors cookies, and they do.
All right, Commissioner, shall we get started?
Not wow, but good. The cookies are there by James. No, they brought them for me. Oh, yeah. Have they?
Would you settle down, please? All right, let's get started again with agenda item 11B, staff report.
Good evening, Commission. I'm here also, Rachel just stepped out for a minute, but we are here to present the realignment plan implementation. So tonight's purpose is to do an overview of the realignment plan objectives that are in front of the Commission, to do an overview of the proposed amendments that are based off of the Commission's discussion and direction on the draft concepts that we presented back in May at your study session, and then ultimately, hopefully, an adoption of resolutions or recommendations to the City Council. So just a quick anticipated timeline. We already did the study session with you all on May 6th. We are here tonight on June 17th to hopefully get a recommendation to council. If we do, the plan is to go to council on July 14th for hopeful adoption of these amendments. And then ultimately, whatever is adopted ultimately will not go into effect until August 27th, given there is a second read and then 30 days after the second read. So that is the anticipated timeline that we are looking at. So the realignment plan objectives. So the realignment plan is really a guiding framework surrounding public safety, renewal, revitalization of key public spaces, and achievement in organization capacity and fiscal balance. This framework essentially looks to aim to effectuate strategies around council's priorities of safe neighborhoods and clean streets, activating economic opportunity and growth, and developing affordable, livable, and secure housing. And the two kind of objectives that are in the purview of the Planning Commission are in this slide in front of you. Developing affordable, livable, and secure housing for all. So the direction was to authorize staff to focus city housing development efforts in the downtown core and concurrently direct the staff to initiate studies for potential policy options that do not jeopardize the housing element regarding compatibility on our boulevards. And then the second objective was strategic use of cities' land assets and removing artificial land value constraints. So those are really around the city-owned sites in the downtown and the 3 gateway sites in the downtown where the freeway drops off onto 4th Street. So the study session that took place on May 6th looked at these kind of objectives, and we kind of broke them into kind of 3 concepts. One was a boulevard low-scale housing incentive program, which, to make clear, it was not a downzoning of the boulevard. It was a program that proposed ideas of, maybe if we give certain incentives to projects, a developer could elect to maybe only build a certain height. So it was not a true downzoning, as we cannot jeopardize the housing element that has locked in those FAR and heights. It was how maybe we can incentivize someone to build lower. The next one was a downtown housing local bonus incentive program. And the next one is how we are driving downtown economic opportunities. So those 2 are broken down into regarding our city-owned sites and our gateway sites. At the study session, the commission adopted new resolution of intentions to signal potential amendments to the LUCE, to the DCP, to the zoning ordinance to kind of effectuate these amendments. However, the commission did vote at that time to remove language regarding a boulevard low-scale housing incentive program from the ROI. So therefore, those amendments are not included in tonight's package, as we do not have essentially permission to propose them at this time. So to go into the overview of the amendments, there's going to be three categories. So the first one is the Downtown Housing Local Bonus Incentive Program. So downtown is one of the city's most transit accessible and amenity rich areas. And to further incentivize the development of housing projects in the downtown, to also somewhat alleviate the pressures in our residential neighborhoods, the amendments are proposed to establish a new ministerial downtown incentive program. The new local incentive program would provide eligible projects with increased flexibility for compliance with our AHPP, while still providing them a similar incentive as state density bonus law. So what the proposed amendments are is, first it starts with program eligibility. So we kind of looked at, essentially what have we been losing through state density bonus? What are kind of consistently waived away or incentivized away, and a lot of that has been unit mix. And so in order to kind of also achieve, I think, both the commission and the council's goals of larger size units, we felt that if we were going to give all of these incentives that I will go in detail in this next slide, what do we want in return? And so that is where we kind of fell on a unit mix requirement. So essentially, a project to be eligible for this program, a project would have to comply with this unit mix, which is there would be a market rate unit mix of 15% of the units need to be 3 bedrooms and 2 bedrooms. This is a 5% increase on our citywide standard that only requires 10% of those 2-bedroom categories. And we also are requiring that the project cannot be more than 15%, cannot provide more than 50% of the units as studio units. Additionally, we have an off-site affordable unit mix, which will make a little bit more sense when I go into some of the incentives that we're providing. So if someone chooses a off-site affordable option, those units that are transferred off-site would also carry with them a unit mix. The unit mix would be essentially a similar breakdown to the 2 and 3 bedrooms, but it would prohibit any of the affordable units to be studio units. As this local incentive program that requires a unit mix is, to be eligible, we are asserting that applicants are therefore opting out of being able to use state density bonus law to modify or waive this unit mix requirement, because if they waive it, then they're no longer eligible for this program. So what do they get in return for this unit mix? Jumped ahead. So before I get into what they receive, we do have a policy question regarding the eligibility. So does the commission agree with the following unit mix increases and limitations a project would be required to comply with in order to be eligible for this program for housing projects in the downtown? A vote for yes would be implement the unit mix that I just described. A vote for no would be maybe don't do a unit mix, or you could provide an alternative that provided a different percentages perhaps. So now jumping into what do they receive? The first one is options on how to comply with our affordability requirement. So you'll see on the chart on the left, this is our existing requirements, where 2 to 5 bedrooms are eligible for an in lieu fee. 6 to 9 unit projects just have to provide 15% on site for 80% AMI units. And 20%, which is typically what we're seeing, especially in the, 20 units, is what we're really seeing in the downtown is for on-site, they have to provide 15% that is evenly distributed between very low, low, and moderate units. That distribution is largely so we can slowly chip away at all of our RHNA categories. Or they could do off-site, which would require an increase to 20% of the units being provided off-site at 80% AMI or lower. So the proposed amendments would actually kind of be very similar to the HPP offsite program that was recently adopted and reviewed by the commission. It would provide flexibility where they could choose any of these options. One, they can continue doing on-site as the HPP requires, or they could choose off-site, but instead of requiring 20%, they would only have to do 15%, or they could pay a fee for the entire project. So they could fee out of their entire inclusionary requirement, which is a fee that is, you take the unit-based fee, which is around high 40s, depending on if it's a for rent or rental project. So I'm just going to go high 40s, and you multiply that by the total square footage of the project. These three options are, again, very similar to that offsite program that was recently adopted. And if they do one of those three options, they would still get access to a local density bonus that is very similar to state density bonus. So even though they might not be providing on-site affordable, we would still get their market rate project a 50% density bonus, 3 incentives and concessions, and unlimited waivers. It's essentially they're getting state density bonus even though there's no on-site affordable. They may be provided it off-site or they paid a fee. So that is the kind of summary of the incentive program, but we do have a policy question, as this was raised by the commission at your study session. It was essentially recognizing AB 1287, which is the second density bonus. So we are asking the question, should the Downtown Housing Local Bonus Incentive Program include provisions for a second density bonus? And if so, what additional requirements should be included? So you could vote yes, include provisions for a second density bonus, but maybe there is additional eligibility or implementation options, such as an increased unit mix in order to get more than 50% bonus, or an increased in lieu fee, or maybe they have to provide on-site moderate units. Because what AB 1287 did, it ultimately gave you a second density bonus for really providing another 15% moderate on-site. And the only way you get access to that second density bonus is if you first satisfied your first density bonus. So we are asking the question of, if we wanted to go beyond the 50%, should we ask for something more in return? A vote for no would be, do not allow a second bonus at all in this program. So in addition to that incentive program for a bonus, this is also coupled with essentially upzoning of housing projects in the downtown. Ultimately, what staff is proposing, this was kind of thrown in as a consideration by the commission, was to increase just the development standards for height and FAR. So we took that direction, and we are proposing in the amendments to increase height to 130 feet across the board for housing projects and an FAR of 5.0. However, we did not recommend an increase in standards in the LT East and the WT zone. As if you can see on the map, those really are the kind of perimeter zones of the downtown where they immediately drop down into residential neighborhoods. So we were still trying to hold on to kind of the existing transition that is already kind of in place and really only focus the true upzoning in like kind of the core of the downtown. The proposed 130 feet, oh, yes.
Sorry, real quick.
Yeah.
Is the whole green, what is that?
That would be LT. So LT is broken into east and west. Basically, are you east of Lincoln or are you west of Lincoln? We're only proposing to not upzone the east side. So the west of Lincoln would still go upzone, would be upzoned. The 130 feet of height we landed on as that is already recognized in the DCP for large sites overlay. And then ultimately the increase in FAR to kind of coincide with the height, we did that through a review of recently submitted projects of, what we're seeing in 260 feet is kind of asking a 10.0 FAR. So we've kind of looked at what would be needed for the 130. And again, these are just base standards. The density bonus would then be on top of this height or this FAR in order to accommodate the 50% more units. And it's important to have base standards because since we do not have base density calculations, we have to still have kind of a box to determine what base density is for a project in order to then apply density bonus on top of that. However, we didn't overly cover what the height and FAR should be. It was only kind of recommended to just do an increase. You know, the 130 and 5.0 is just staff's recommendation. So we would love to hear from the commission, you know, to further incentivize housing production in the downtown. Does the commission agree that base standards for housing projects should be increased as follows for all zoning districts in the downtown except LT East and WT? A vote for yes is you agree with the 130 feet or 5.0. No is don't upzone at all. Or an alternative is maybe you think 130 feet should be something different, or maybe it shouldn't be a 5.0, it should be a different number. And again, I just want to, you know, the incentive program for the bonus and this are still kind of achieving the whole incentivizing downtown housing in the downtown, and they work together. You know, essentially someone could not do our local bonus, but still get access to these heights and FARs. They're not connected, essentially. They just work kind of together in a way. So that covers the downtown incentives. So now the next two topics are around driving downtown economic opportunity. So the first topic is around city-owned sites in the downtown. City-owned land represents some of the most valuable assets the city has. The realignment plan envisions taking a strategic approach to expand economic opportunity and growth, specifically in the downtown, with the objectives of providing a more flexible framework to solicit innovative proposals, ensuring public property is maximized not only for land residual revenues, but for community benefit, and using it as a catalyst for driving reinvestment in the downtown through redevelopment or joint venture opportunities. And so some of these downtown sites are, you know, the downtown station, so that's kind of around the Kiss and Ride, the parking structure 1, the old fire station, 4th and 5th in Arizona. These are all city-owned sites. And the realignment plan looks to find flexibility on how the city can utilize our land for the best income for public benefit. So the amendments are, you can see right now, the existing limitations on city-owned land is only projects that include affordable housing are exempt from the zoning ordinance, and that was a housing element program. Also, that means that non-housing projects on city-owned land are essentially subject to the same applicable standards for private property, including limitations on land use, height, and FAR. So the proposed amendments for flexibility are to essentially just exempt all city-owned sites in the downtown from the zoning ordinance, which would include an entitlement process and development standards. This allows the city to evaluate site-specific opportunities and weigh it against community benefits without being constrained by standards designed primarily for developments on private property.
I just have a real quick, what about the Surplus Land Act?
In the sense of how will that impact
Disposition
city
of public property.
I mean, I think we would still have to wait for the Surplus Land Act to run its course on any of these properties, but if we're not subject to it, then we would have kind of full capability to do what we find is best with our property in the downtown. The next is the gateway sites, which is not completely unsimilar to kind of the program I just spoke about. So the Downtown Community Plan identifies a gateway master plan with sites located of unique strategic importance due to their visibility, proximity to transit, and potential to accommodate significant investments. The 3 sites are the ones identified in red on that map, which are 402 Colorado, that's the downtown station, 302 Colorado, that is the Sears property, and 120 Colorado Avenue, that's the Pierside Hotel. The realignment plan envisions considerations for the gateway area to allow more creative proposals on private property leading up to major global events such as the Olympics, or providing certainty for housing projects as a key entrance to the downtown. So what the proposed amendments would be is essentially upzoning those 3 sites for all projects, so not just housing, not just commercial, any project on those 3 sites to 130 feet and 5.0 FAR. Currently, you can see in this table, there is a difference between whether you're a housing project, you currently get 84 feet and a 4.0 FAR, and if you're a non-housing project, the maximum you can get, which is through a Tier 3 DA, essentially, a development agreement, that's the only way you can get 84 feet and a 3.5 FAR. So the proposal would be to increase for all projects on these 3 parcels. Additionally, the amendments include procedure modifications. The amendments add that a streamlined review for development proposals on gateway sites through the administrative approval process, regardless of whether they're housing or non-housing. However, we do have a question for the commission on these gateway sites. Should certain land uses should certain land uses exclude a project from the ministerial entitlement process? For example, there's been a lot of past policy direction included already in our administrative approval eligibility that it would exclude any project that includes a hotel, motel, bed and breakfast inn, or any transient lodging from using the administrative approval process. So let's say there is a housing project, but they have a component of a hotel. It would exclude them from the AA, and they would have to go through the development review process, which comes before the Planning Commission. So the question in front of you is, if it's a yes, then yes, you do think that projects that contain certain uses should kick them out of the AA process. If that is the vote, we would love to hear from the commission what those uses would be. Or if the answer is no, then you believe that all uses should be eligible for the ministerial entitlement process. And that concludes my presentation. So really, I end this with the recommendation that staff recommends the Planning Commission adopt Resolution 2609 and Resolution 2610 to effectuate the standards that I just overviewed. And we're now here to answer any of your questions.
Thank you for that presentation. We'll start questions from that side. Commissioner Fresco.
So at our last meeting, we expressed horror and dismay at the boulevard idea because basically it was recommending relief from affordable housing requirements, which I personally felt so strongly about that I couldn't even think about it any other way. But we did receive quite a few letters, and I've since realized that there are some really important districts that could use some kind of a program that might incentivize that. So, but we can't talk about that at all anymore today because of what we crossed out last time.
Given the ROI does not allow for amendments for a program as such, if there is desire from the commission to maybe revisit that in the future, that could be direction for staff to come back with a new ROI that then allows us to effectuate some type of low-scale boulevard program.
Right, like in particular for neighborhood commercial districts, which are the ones that go right through the neighborhoods.
That could be a consideration at a future date.
Okay. I'll have other questions probably, but right now that was burning.
Yes.
Commissioner Landris.
And I think I sent you an email last month suggesting some pathways on that. And I hope you got it, basically about excluding certain portions of PICO, or there were two different pathways, which we can talk about when or not, when it's agendized, or you can talk about it. I won't be here.
Come and comment.
You can comment.
I can public comment. I can send you the email. My question is, when you looked at the second density bonus option, I have two questions. So looking at the second density bonus option, is this sort of all or nothing, or can we ratchet?
Good question.
You mean, I think you're asking like how much extra bonus you would give?
Whatever it is, can we tie can we ratchet the bonus up with the benefits?
You could say, hypothetically,
yeah,
every additional percentage of unit mix you provide, you get another 10% bonus. Is that kind of what you're asking? Like, can you gradually increase on a second bonus if you give us more in return?
Correct.
Like a tiered implementation.
Correct.
Certainly.
Yeah. Okay. And then let me move on. Sorry. So I think I'm going to come back to that in discussion, because I think I like the idea of the second density bonus, but I wouldn't want to just go like that, sure. Right? Understood. I'd like to do that.
Understood.
And then moving forward on the other program.
Which program?
So sorry, the Gateway. Yes. I think it's the Gateway.
city-owned sites or gateway sites?
So, well, I'm guessing what I'm just trying to understand is, can you share more of your thinking? We got what I think is a very compelling letter from Mr. Breslau, warning against sort of giving away the store. And I watched what happened in Culver City when a lot of big commercial developments came in without agreements with the city. And they did that. I mean, they didn't have rent control at the time, but there were a whole host of knock-on effects to the arrival of big tech, which has beautified the city. I mean, like, it's from one perspective, it has beautified the city. It has made Culver City vibrant and attractive. On the other side, the number of families that have been displaced, the proportion of, people who are immigrants who can live in Culver City has fallen. I believe the number of Title I elementary schools has crashed. So I'm wondering if you, in the context of looking at the trade-off between going all administrative and having some kind of a community benefits process, you've looked at other cities trying to do this kind of realignment and seen what the pros and cons are.
I mean, ultimately, as this is especially on city-owned land, we have full control over essentially what would get approved on that site.
Yeah.
Weighing that what provides the balance between economic recovery versus community benefit. So there would still be some type of process that would be public, most likely determined by the city council, as we are the ones giving our land to develop something.
Right.
I don't think there's a displacement risk, because I don't think on our city-owned land there's any residential. Don't quote me on that exactly.
It's not what caused the displacement was the arrival of the new businesses and the associated employees who then created demand for housing, and they didn't have rent control, so rents went up.
I can't determine what would eventually essentially be developed on those parcels. It could be anything from a office building to a park to some other creative solution to housing. It could be a variety of uses. We're basically trying to not put our own land and constrain ourselves. We want the biggest bang for our buck on how it will benefit our city. And I think that is why we're excluding it.
But I guess what I'm asking both on the public and private is, did you look at other cities that have done this and looked at the kind of the pros and like what are the trade-offs of doing it this way versus a more aggressive DA or a reconsidered community benefits process that might not look like the way we've done DAs in the past, but could
I will
Can we clarify? Are you talking about the gateway sites or city-owned? I'm a bit
I'm
confused.
I was focusing on the gateway sites,
generally,
but I'm thinking let's make it a general question of where we're. I asked it about the gateway sites and the city-owned sites
Because those are two fundamental. I'm asking because those are fundamentally different processes, right?
Right.
So for city-owned sites, the city in its proprietary capacity, any disposition of city-owned property has to go through what we do it, whether it's a disposition and development agreement. And, whenever there's redevelopment or, whatever, even if it's not redevelopment or just use of city land, there's development on city-owned property. There is a negotiation process that occurs with whoever, and it's an open and competitive process. We have many examples, of which we have one right across the street.
Well,
right?
the whole 4th, 5th, and Arizona
And there's
process,
negotiations on business terms and benefits and all those sorts of things that are absolutely part of the conversation. And that's what's been done in the past. I think fundamentally, this is just as the city looks to create economic opportunity in downtown, it's just, what are the ways that can be the most flexible to give the city sort of like broadest, given like we are in very challenging economic times, right? Both locally, regionally, globally, what have you. And it's just having all the available tools and not creating artificial barriers to create, value for the community on city-owned property. So that's a very discrete
That's a city-owned
process.
Property.
However, so now we're talking about the gateway size, which is private property, right? It's private property. Absolutely it is for sure an open question about how you create a system that generates value. Now, I think one thing that you want to think through, and really was part of the realignment plan was the goal here was this is the entranceway into our downtown. And we're talking about sites that have had tremendous trouble redeveloping, finding good use. I mean, the property at the former Sears has been vacant for a really long time. We've seen, I can't tell you how many proposals, that different ideas. Not all of it is zoning, but it's just, again, finding ways that are not just housing, but other creative and innovative proposals, that could be something really interesting to a key entrance to the downtown by the freeway.
But my point.
But also, I think just to talk through process, it doesn't have to be ministerial. It certainly could be something else. However, we balance that against, if you create a process so complex and so onerous, is it actually going to get to the goal that you want to? And you have to think about that in any incentive program as well, right? You add too many different pathways, because what you're competing against is the baseline, which if we're talking about the third part of this, which is the housing program, everyone has access to state density bonus law right now, right? And so that's what you're competing against. You have to create a program that is equally feasible, competitive, attractive, because if what we want out of this is unit mix, you have to create a program that people actually want to use.
No disagreement there. My issue is that there's a rather large structure sitting on the south lawn of the White House that, under a ministerial approval process, could simply be airlifted to the Sears site. And if there were no conversation about what kind of city we want to be,
I want to remind you, we're not exempting the gateway sites from the zoning ordinance. They would still be held to the normal land uses. All we're doing on the gateway sites is a little bit more height and a little bit more FAR for not just housing, but they are still governed by the underlining land use table for the transit adjacent. Unlike the city-owned sites where we're kind of
taking off
all the limits, there are still arms on these sites. We're just talking about a little bit more height and FAR for any project. We're not opening up the doors for uses that are currently not allowed.
And a ministerial process as well, or did I miss it?
That is a question. We're asking a ministerial process. Again, there is reassurance through ministerial projects on timelines, on a lot of reasons why ministerial kind of helps projects give a little bit more security.
Commissioner Landris, are you done? All right, Commissioner Lambert.
Just a point that probably already know, the Sears building is a landmark, so that could not be ministerial.
Obviously the landmark would absolutely stay. It's what could else be developed on the parking lot?
It would still go to landmarks.
Yes, because it's still a landmark parcel.
And then there are 3 gateway sites.
Correct.
Did I understand correctly? And one of them is that new hotel.
The pier side, yes.
So is that realistic to think that that's going to be redeveloped?
Honestly, we have had past
I remember,
interest.
this was before COVID, but there was actually a proposal to demolish that hotel and replace it.
It was just
with
built.
something new at the time.
Well, it was a long time ago.
Yeah.
It just
It was a long time
transitioned
ago.
to a different hotel. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Just a couple other questions. You talked about doing the offsite as an incentive for this program. And you're talking about doing the per square foot
In lieu fee.
process for, the affordable housing contribution. Isn't it true that in the current offsite program, it's actually like $160,000 a unit? It's not per square foot?
So the in lieu fee is still the same. I think you're speaking about the
existing offsite includes.
Yeah, I think you're mixing up the gap financing amount, which is different than
There's 2 things.
So a developer under that new offsite program has to pay per square foot plus $160,000?
160 is the gap financing, and it's the securement.
I understand what it is, but I don't think they pay the per square foot in addition.
That's only if they choose the offsite program, I believe. That's when the gap financing comes into effect. They could also choose just to pay the in lieu fee and just get out of it completely.
Are they paying, they're just paying the gap financing?
If they choose to relocate the affordable units offsite, there is the gap financing, which is around $160,000 per unit. They could also choose to not do the offsite and just pay an in lieu fee and never talk about affordable units again.
So that's one of your options.
Yes.
But they could also do the gap financing as an option.
That is through that program. We are not including that in this program. That's a very specific, that program is designed very specifically for projects that were already
Right.
approved. This is kind of moving forward and only for the downtown.
I guess, well, this is more discussion, actually. Have you actually talked to developers about whether this might work?
I mean, we are starting to see a lot of interest in the affordable housing offsite program that was conducted. So these three options are not unsimilar to the program, and we are watching things get unstuck essentially by giving more flexibility options for the affordable housing while still giving them essentially what density bonus
No,
gave
I'm talking
them.
about the 3 bedrooms, because I know developers don't like 3 bedrooms.
I mean, look, I'll be honest. Yes, we consistently see developers waive the 3 bedrooms and 2 bedrooms requirement, but that's when we're requiring the affordable unit on site. So maybe by not allowing the affordability
I'm talking
on
about the
site.
market rate units.
Yes, but again, I think we're weighing this against some of the reason I think and I don't want to put any words in any developer's mouth, but I think some of the reason, unit mix is difficult is the drain that the offsite also provides on that project and how it also corresponds to the offsite or the affordable unit. So again, I think how Jane kind of mentioned, we want to be getting something in return for giving something, these incentives, and unit mix seemed to kind of be the only idea that we also presented to the commission in what do we want as a city. And we have consistently heard from the commission and council, I'm not trying to use this term, but family sized units. So larger units, these 2 and 3 bedroom units. And if we're going to give them a density bonus or more, and also more height and also more FAR, what are we getting back in return except for just more units?
And then final question, you talk about 3 concessions they get.
Yes.
But then also waivers and reduction in development standards. What's the difference?
So waivers are about the physical preclusion. So let's say order to do the 50 more units, you're going to need more height. That is a physical preclusion. Therefore, it falls into the waiver category. An incentive is there is a development standard that is tied to kind of the financial feasibility of the project. I'll be honest with you, the lines blur between the two. It's all kind of how they're justified by the applicant. We were ultimately just trying to mimic that you will get the same that state density bonus gives you if you use this, if you do any of our 3 options. But I've seen waivers be for more height, more FAR. I see incentives for reduction in or an increase in commercial square footage because that will offsite.
I just don't get the difference between concessions and waivers.
Incentives are for financial reasons and waivers are physical preclusion in order to.
Okay.
Sorry, incentives and concessions are the same thing. They are incentives and concessions are for financial feasibility of the project. Waivers are physical preclusions in order to achieve the density bonus. So for example, I think a good example of a waiver is more height. That is a physical preclusion. Or an incentive or concession might be, we want more commercial square footage because that will offset rent.
And then finally, I do have one more. What is your thinking about including the Bayside Conservation District in this 130 feet thing? Because we've always tried to protect the height there.
Ultimately, I think the realignment plan focused really on upzoning all of downtown. We as staff tried to look at the impacts on the surrounding low scale residential, which is why the perimeter is not being proposed. If you look at the Bayside, it is the lowest at 65. You could certainly propose that Bayside is not as increased, but that is the promenade. That is our core of our downtown. I think we were just kind of looking at it as the downtown core getting the same standards for housing projects.
Historic core.
Correct.
Just saying, not all new buildings.
I couldn't support 130 feet in those 2 streets.
And that is ultimately, we're asking that question of, is the 130 feet the right number? And maybe in some areas it is, and others it's not.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Commissioner Reese.
I like the offsite, the local bonus program or the offsite bonus program we had before, but it seemed to me there was one problem that I had with it, which was if I have my site where I'm building, and let's say I have a base density of 10 units and I have to put aside 3 to get to 14 units, I could take those 3 units and move them to Leslie's property. And I could then have that same development where I have to put aside 3 deed restricted units of my base to get an addition, to get back up to the 14. But now I'm using the same 3 affordable units on Leslie's property. So the city's actually not getting more affordable.
I think it's really just locating the affordable somewhere else. We have seen projects kind of pool together their affordable in order to then create like the 100% affordable housing projects. I will say a difference between this program and let's say that other offsite program is you have to partner with an if you do offsite, you have to partner with an affordable housing provider. You have to build it before the market rate comes online. Or the other program, you could build it 5 years later. There is some differences, but
let me stop you for a second. 'Cause what my concern is that the Leslie now could take those 3 units that I've given to her site and use that as her set aside to get an increased density. No, that's exactly how it worked. But it shouldn't work that way. We should, I mean, in my world, those should be requirements on your project. And if you want a density bonus, then you have to give us 3 more units. So that to me is still a concern.
I think what you're saying is the double dipping.
Yes.
And there is provisions already for offsite affordable that you can't do that.
But
So those
has that
3
changed? Because that was not the way with
the
project that
offsite
came
program
from-
again is very different. This program is actually more akin to what we always kind of allowed for offsite, where those 3 units that are transferred somewhere else really then don't give. Those 3 units cannot also be used to comply with the affordability requirement that Leslie's property would need to provide.
Right, so that was so then that to me was a change from the last program in that. So
The other program is very different.
I'm very supportive of that then.
I mean, just for clarification, the other program didn't allow the double dipping either. What it said was like.
The city, when I can remember, is the hotel project on 20th Street that came from Leo.
Dave Rand.
It was Dave Rand and Leo. When I pushed the city attorney and not Michelle on it about that issue, she agreed that you were able to do that.
Are you talking about the offsite being able to utilize density bonus?
Yes.
Oh, yes, absolutely they could.
But they
could
were
do that in this
using
program.
the affordable from the hotel project to move over to the other site. So now we weren't getting as much affordable. I just want to make sure we're not doing that again.
I think we can definitely confirm and look into that as we move forward with those things to ensure that you cannot be pooling, you cannot be double dipping essentially someone else's affordability contribution for your own. But to be clear, wherever the site that you move those affordable units, you can essentially just use density bonus. You are now providing on-site affordable for that project that could not utilize this program. It will get complicated.
But you need to write into our program that you can't go and do that, because then you're double dipping and we're losing affordability. We're losing affordable.
We can look into that. I mean, I will say that we're losing affordability by also allowing the in lieu fee.
Well, that's another.
So there's 3 options for this program. I mean, ultimately, yeah, there is a path that we are just going to get money instead of actual units. But I think we could definitely look into.
Well, that leads to one of my next comments.
Okay.
Which is, have you looked at the fact that, so we have this requirement of 5%, what is it? 5% moderate, 4% low, 5% very low. Have you ever thought about eliminating the very low in this program and just making the developer do the low and the moderate, which developers will, I think a developer, any developer I've worked with, they'll always go to the very low. I mean, in Santa Monica is unique because they require the 5 and 5, but very low they'll go because it's the least amount of units. But let the nonprofits or the for-profit 100% affordable developers build the very low. And to really uncork this project, relieve the developer of having to do very low and just focus on low and moderate.
So the on-site option is really just complying with our HPP, right? We're not changing the on-site applicability for this program. Maybe you're suggesting we do. I will just mention for the off-site 15%. The reason why even our current off-site implementation is only for 80% AMI or lower is because ultimately there's no funding for moderate. It removes 100% affordable housing providers from essentially getting tax credits. Therefore, requiring them to do moderate offsite will probably mean projects don't happen offsite, is what we are hearing from affordable housing providers, because there's no incentives for moderate.
But why are 100% affordable developers doing stuff offsite?
Well, they are. I mean, but they're only doing it 80, they're doing very low or low. And you're asking to remove very low from the offsite option.
All I'm saying, what I'm saying is not for nonprofits, because they're that's exactly my argument, is nonprofits want to do the very low and the low.
I think it's
take it away from the for-profit developer, because that's what they're.
I think treating developers differently could be concerning.
I'm sorry, I was just trying to help promote the development scheme.
The thing is, a lot of for-profit developers will partner with a nonprofit.
They're required
And so a lot of times when they do that, they will apply for tax credit financing, and there are specific requirements as to affordability.
And you get more points for very low income.
All right, well, I'm not comfortable that I've explained this properly, but I think that requirement is an impediment to seeing for-profit developers.
So if they did it on-site, I mean, for on-site inclusionary, maybe then your idea would work, but we'll have that in discussion.
And then, okay, I'm going to move on now to the city land and your concept of removing all density or all zoning requirements. How does that interact with our? I like the concept, and I think that makes sense because it gives us the ultimate. We already had a lot of discretion in what we do there, but how does that work with the general plan consistency?
I mean, ultimately, we have done something already similar with the housing element, right? Our city-owned land that provides affordable housing is already exempt from the zoning ordinance.
And we are making a change in the DCP to specifically, so it would be consistent. What part of the amendments would include a strikeout in the DCP that says it would be exempt from zoning ordinance and so forth? So it wouldn't be inconsistent in that sense.
Right, but then would we have studied whatever the development potential was of? Yes.
Yeah, and that's a very good point. It's CEQA. We are looking into that, and I think it is covered under the downtown community plan, because in the DCP, we did analyze up to 1.4 million square feet of commercial, which obviously has not happened since we adopted the DCP. So I think it is adequately covered in there, but we are still deciding that, and we're also looking at the housing element, seeing the appropriate CEQA pathways.
Okay, because I'm glad we've thought about that. I think we need to be careful about that, but that leads me into the gateway sites or whatever. Is that what the term we're using? Gateway sites or the key sites? So why don't we, in those situations, have we thought about leaving the zoning that's there, but making it very clear that we're interested in unique redevelopment, and we would look for something above, and we would agree as a city to something above and beyond the current zoning if there was the right project and through a development agreement.
You could definitely recommend a different alternative on how to activate the gateway sites. This felt the most simplified, the most guaranteed. Ultimately, you're asking them to go through public process, not having reassurance that would be approved. But certainly you can make that recommendation.
I miss discretion.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I think that we should think about that because that might give us more interesting projects. I agree. I understand your point that ease and simplicity as a developer's
known parameters seem to be very important.
But that's why you leave what's there today And then if they want something more, then they have to give us something better. But anyways, that's,
I mean,
that's a
ultimately,
discussion.
that's already kind of accessed through, like, they go through a DA process now. They could do, let's say, a tier 3 project, a non-housing project, tier 3, only getting 84 feet, 3.5 FAR through a development agreement. We aren't seeing those anymore.
Understood, but
Yeah.
maybe they want to go to the 130 feet that you were looking at.
So maybe you're saying for tier 3, we raise the height. I just think it's definitely a recommendation you can make.
Okay, well anyways, that's discussion.
Any more questions?
I think I'm done for right now, thanks.
Great, thank you. Commissioner Wasserman.
Yeah, just two. If you're using your waivers, incentives, concessions with what's there now, either in real project examples or hypothetically, what kind of heights in FAR could you get if you're using both density bonuses?
So a recent project we approved on 7th Street that I believe was double density was, I think, 260 some feet. I'm blanking on the unit count at the moment, but we are seeing a 28-ish story buildings across the downtown right now that have a 10.0 FAR, and that's just off of the 84 feet base standards. You can imagine if we do the base standards at 130 and then give another 50 and another 50,
Sure.
They will be bigger than what we're seeing, or could be.
Right. But what I'm saying is that the height limits that are there currently are effectively not the height limits in practice.
They're the base standard, and then they get density bonus. They use a waiver to then add another 100 feet, because how else are you going to do another 100 units that density bonus gave you? Yeah.
And then my other question is adaptive reuse. If there was a big office building downtown that wanted to become housing, I don't know how feasible that is, but let's say it is, could they opt into this program? And if so, how?
I think they would use our already established adaptive reuse ordinance that allows for the conversion, and we've already baked in that they can actually add sometimes a couple more stories if that makes it more feasible. So I think we would want to keep those programs exclusive of each other, as it just gets very complicated when we start overlapping multiple city-specific, programs.
Understood. Thank you.
All right. I started out thinking I understood the downtown program, but I'm a little confused now. So I'm going to ask a few questions just to confirm. So the proposal that developers would have to opt into raises the base density, increases the height?
So look at the downtown objective. There's two programs. One is just a straight up zone. Whether you use this incentive program or you still use density bonus, there is a just upzoning of downtown for housing projects. Additionally, someone could opt into, and that's not an opt-in. At the moment, the amendments are you just get that now, or if this is adopted. The opt-in is this other incentive program that if you give us a unit mix we want, we will in turn give you flexibility on where and how you give us affordable units. And in return, we'll also give you essentially what density bonus gives you.
Understood.
Which would be on top of those increased standards.
Understood, but this is just for housing projects?
Yes.
So the increased height, though, that you're offering can be achieved through a concession or a waiver anyway?
Completely. The difference is we're kind of starting the base higher than what it is now. So ultimately, with 130 feet, you can get maybe 150 base units instead of only 100 base units. And then that means that your 50% density bonus is based off of those different numbers. So instead of 50, you might get 75 extra units.
Understood. And as far as the second bonus is concerned, I'm, again, a little confused about that. This has to do with, on top of the state density bonus law from the base.
So currently how density bonus works is you have your base project, and if you do, in our case, if you comply with our HPP, you automatically get your first 50% bonus. which is the maximum you could get under state density bonus law if you do 15% very low income. If you do that, you fully use your first bonus, you get access to a second bonus up to another 50%, but you have to provide, in order to get a second 50%, it has to be 15% moderate. So the question is, given that, a second bonus is out there as an option through normal density bonus law, should this local program also include more density in return for even more increased benefits that we're asking for? So for example, I think Sean's example is a good one. If you do our base eligibility for this program, that unit mix that's described, great, you automatically get 50% done. If you now want more, maybe you give us a little bit more unit mix, we'll give you an extra 10%. And you can kind of tier that up. I think that's a suggestion. That is what we're asking. How, if you want a second density bonus, how should we do it?
Switching to the city sites, I think Jing partially answered this already, but I just wanted to get another clear statement that today, for the city to develop any site, particularly if there is any kind of a joint development, there's a development agreement involved, correct?
Well, development agreement, yeah, it's a disposition and development agreement. A development agreement would only trigger if, in this case, if this were passed, you wouldn't need the development agreement because it would be exempted from the zoning ordinance, right? There's not a regulatory side, so the DA is a regulatory vehicle, the DDA is the proprietary.
I see. I think I've covered all my questions.
I have
Thank you.
one final question.
All right, let me start back from there. So, Commissioner Fresco,
So
can you come down the line?
if we're getting these 28-story buildings and the height that we have is actually finally leading to projects, then why do we need 130? Isn't,
I mean, ultimately, we have a lot of approved projects, but no construction.
I see.
And ultimately, I think we're trying to even more incentivize downtown over other places in the city to focus it. So I know the low scale boulevard program's currently not moving forward, but in effect, this makes downtown look so much more attractive in comparison to Main Street or Wilshire, that maybe that in effect does kind of help the boulevards. Maybe not, obviously, but it could.
So this is the thing that I've never been able to get anybody to give me an answer to. Maybe you can. I ask architects and developers all the time, and they say, well, yeah, there's a lot of things. So do we really know that height is going to be the thing that's going to make them break ground? We don't.
No.
So
It's so many factors.
I guess I'm having anxiety about all these stabs in the dark, and when the pressure finally releases and the ground does break, what's going to happen then?
I guess, and I don't want to speak for developers, but I think what this is just providing more flexibility. Maybe that extra 20 feet does help, and maybe they won't use it.
Offering an extra 50 feet. But...
Oh, sure, yes, you're correct. Oh, sorry.
Sorry, can I also just jump in, because Jing and I did do a lot of research, and we actually talked to a couple cities when we were doing the offsite pilot program. And San Diego is, I think, is a prime example of where they don't have any problems getting shovels in the ground. And when we looked at what their program offered, it was like an 8.0 FAR, 6.0 FAR. They certainly, obviously, it's a different context. They don't have the same kind of regulatory framework that we do, but their heights certainly are a lot. And Ross and I were talking, and he was just in downtown San Diego this week, and there are buildings everywhere, new buildings being constructed, and they are pulling 100 building permits every year. So they certainly don't have an issue with what we have.
So, but you said they don't have the same regulatory environment we have. So there's something else too. It's not just height.
Well, I think it's very true. It's not just city factors. There's not a lot of projects getting financing right now. Right now that the numbers aren't working across the board. We have just seen the first tranche of housing projects, four projects in total that got unstuck, because of the offsite housing incentive program. We know that that works, and we have heard directly from developers that allowing that flexibility in how they achieve compliance with the AHPP is super important in the face of rising costs. Measure GS is named, as sort of not the only thing. It's like a cumulative amalgamation of many factors, not all of which at all are in the city's control. What this is just providing, I think, a platform for, when the conditions come, and the time is right, that they're able to move quickly on something, and it wasn't something that is a regulatory barrier, that prevents that project from moving forward. And that's obviously within the context of, we want to see kind of, those things get unstuck, right? And to the extent that we create an incentive program that gets what we want, and I think it's being clear out about, what are the city's goals because in the context of state density bonus law, where we are not getting a lot, like everything is waived away. So how do you create a program that gets a win-win for everybody? It by necessity is a compromise, and I think that's the hardest thing. It's honestly been a hard journey for us as planners, right? I mean, we spent blood, sweat, and tears on the loose. I still maintain that vision still stands. Like the development around transit, how the city has developed, that vision is playing out really, where we're seeing it in downtown along the commercial boulevards. It's happening in much the same way, because we were so cognizant of protecting our residential neighborhoods. And I think that's the piece I've heard is a core value of the city. In no way do we want to displace like our residential neighborhoods because, that's home to so many of our rent control properties, right? But our commercial areas have always been an area that we're like, if we're going to do that, the pressure has to go somewhere. And so to the extent it's, as part of the city's, this is really part of the realignment plan. The city's focus is on downtown and the promenade first and foremost, so it does make sense. If you're going to have hyper growth, it would be here, and so this is a reflection of that. This was the council's, direction. They do want to affirmatively, raise those heights and like make it very attractive, for downtown's recovery, compared to the rest of the city. So this is a proposal, that is like reflecting overall, the goals of the realignment plan.
Thank you. I have two other questions. One of them, this whole idea in Gateway of ministerial approval for private property that comes with certainty, but there's also no rules. So
Gateway Site does have rules.
So it has some rules, but how do we, if we release some of the pressure with less limitations on height and density and so forth, then what are we negotiating with the whole idea of the DA, the reason I liked the DAs, besides that I like to meddle in the projects, is, just being honest, is because you can let them imagine the biggest thing or the greatest thing they can imagine and just show us how it meets our goals, and we can figure it out together and come up with something great. But how do you do that in a ministerial process?
You don't, because ultimately there is no conversation in a ministerial process. It's if you comply with the development standards and the allowable land uses, you essentially can build. Your recommendation could say to not go that route and maybe just make the DA process better than it currently is. But ultimately, I think there's a reason we're not seeing DAs any longer. For whatever reason, that's not a process that is it is a process no longer attractive.
I think we were also thinking for the Gateway sites, like, can we open up other possibilities other than housing? Because housing is pretty much all we're seeing at the moment, and if you were to do something interesting, whether like, what if it was a cultural facility? What if it was something innovative, back back when there were, and we've seen a lot of different proposals roll through in terms of, something interesting happening, on these gateway sites. What we have heard is like, oh, what if we want to do like just a little bit of like something a little bit more, than 84 feet and not be limited by that and not force everyone, like you must do multifamily housing as like the only thing, and they feel like that's the only thing that gives them the certainty. It's just almost kind of level the playing field in an area where it does make sense. It's by the freeway. It's an important entryway to downtown. Again, within our downtown where we're trying to promote more opportunity, for something interesting to happen. Can we provide an incentive for non-housing projects? I think it's a fair discussion to have about what that process looks like. It doesn't have to be ministerial. I think it was just some thought. However, there are for sure trade-offs in a ministerial process because the ability to shape that, but we also have like, if it's not a DA, there's the development review permit process, the thing in the middle, that provides a sort of public hearing, shaping, if you will. Design review will always occur, regardless of the process. So
Planning conditions and things that we can apply that, have to do with amenities that we believe need to be part of a project like that would make it meaningful for Santa Monica that might not have been.
Yeah.
And I feel like we need some kind of a process that's not strictly, well, that's discussion.
You could
but-
certainly propose not doing an
Yeah.
AA process.
It's just,
Yeah.
we don't have to go all the way to DA, but.
Sure.
And then my third thing that I was hoping you guys would ask, because I hate asking financial questions.
Don't ask it.
Okay. No, so for the in lieu fee, it's $40,000. So for me, I have no idea.
Yeah,
what
how
that
the in lieu
means.
fee works, let's just say let's say it's $50 a square foot of the project. Take 50 times 100,000 square foot project.
Well, I was
you know.
thinking in my head, so $50,000 is, 1/12 of an affordable unit, maybe. And so then is that enough?
Yeah, I mean, it obviously isn't always an equal trade-off to how much an affordable unit costs, but it goes into our Affordable Housing Trust Fund that allows the city to help fund 100% affordable projects. There is argument that that is a better route
So if we
to
give
get
them-
affordable housing than inclusionary, we've heard.
But I feel like for us to make a sound decision, we need to know what the actual discount they're getting by paying the in lieu fee is, so we know how many fewer units we're getting overall as decision makers.
Probably varies based on.
Yeah, I don't know if,
Cost, material cost.
yeah,
I know, I just,
yeah. I don't know if we're able to
Yeah.
give you a clear answer on
right.
what we're
I told you I
losing.
hate asking those kind of questions, but I just, I'm just always feeling like we're really chipping away at our
Understood.
incredible decades-long commitment to affordable housing left and right. And
Mm-hmm.
I'm really uncomfortable with it, and this is another
Understood.
time that happens.
So just
Commissioner Andrews?
Yeah, so just a couple of follow-ups. When it comes to, because I'm quite taken with Jim's question about affordability. There was a study some time ago of the median wage for working in downtown.
Okay.
And I'm wondering, and I'll probably ask this question to Mr. Breslau when he comes up to give public comment, because he's really sticking it out. Whether the people who work in downtown are mostly at the 50% level or the 80% level in terms of their eligibility for housing. Because I think there's a point to be made to target the affordability at the downtown workforce, which is a relatively low-paid workforce because it's so many people in hospitality, in service industries, in that, in the tourism business, which is not a hugely well-paid profession. So if it is in fact 50%, then great. That's a good aim. But I think part of what I'm,
I'm hoping to figure out ways to, tie these pieces together. So is there any thought about maybe taking a look at those numbers, updating them roughly, just for a ballpark?
I mean, I definitely don't have those numbers on me currently.
We looked at this as part of the housing element, actually, because we looked at kind of, but it's not perfectly broken down like by geography. We got some help from the mobility team, because they do these, surveys, combined it. We kind of Frankensteined it with some census data.
Yeah.
But we had a sense, in terms of like, I think if I recall, it was like service sector workers. I'm not sure we could have isolated it only to the downtown, like unless it was a, employee response survey.
Okay.
But we got that number from the housing, when we were initially starting up the housing element, which I'm not sure it shifted that much. I mean, it gave us a sense, but I think if I'm recalling, I mean, given sort of the basis of the economy, that the service-based economy, I mean, it was definitely in that very low income range.
In it was as low as 50?
Yeah.
You think? Okay.
Could have been.
All right. Then I think it makes sense to keep the 50, but, okay, great. And then I just can't help asking, when we're talking about these heights, and we're talking about, because I remember when we were doing this when we were doing the DCP after the Luce, Nina, you made some pretty strong points about the sort of what it looked like, what Santa Monica looked like from the cliffs, what the profile of the city was. And, I think, like the Geary project got hijacked at Coastal, right? But, so it's not just building materials. I'm wondering, as you map this out, did you give any thought to the kind of shape of the downtown? No.
I mean, I'll be honest, the DCP has already been fundamentally changed through the housing element.
Yeah.
I mean, we upzoned, and that's all the project. I mean, the DCP heights have been already significantly modified.
Okay.
I mean, I think it was like 35 feet on the promenade, and it's 65 now.
Yeah.
The DCP is very different than what it was in 2017 when it was adopted.
Okay.
So no, and I wouldn't even know how to
That's going to
like.
be that much earlier, and what's done is done.
I think change has already occurred. This, yes, continues that change 100%. But I think how Jean said, I mean, ultimately it's concentrating our highest heights in the downtown, or arguably that's where it should be.
Yeah. Okay.
And a long transit.
Okay. I'll have more to say later. Thanks.
All right, let's move on to public comment. I have 3 people signed up, Joseph Cohen May, Jonah Breslau, and Heather Thomason. Actually, 4 people. Lauren Block, if you would come up, 3 minutes each, please.
Hello, I'm Joseph Cohen May at downtown San Marco Esden. One thing is, I think all of the projects Ross was talking about, the over 100 feet, were all Builders Remedy projects. Maybe there's that one pink project but that one never moved forward. But wanted to, maybe you can address that later. So I strongly support the downtown housing incentive program, with the exception of the unit mix requirements. I think that's nitpicking too much, and that's going to prevent a lot of projects from moving forwards. But I do think we could think a lot bigger than that. This plan essentially allows like 20, 25-story buildings. And if people are okay with 20, 25-story buildings, I don't think the public, there's a significant difference between that and taller buildings. And I think we should be allowing as much housing as possible in downtown. And I think that's going to be really good for downtown revitalization and necessary to really help out businesses. And with the timing we are right now, if we do a big upzoning now, these units can count towards the next RHNA cycle. But we're also starting the process of doing a local coastal plan. And that's going to be a big process, and that's hopefully going to get done before the next RHNA cycle. But this stuff, a lot of this is in coastal zone, and we do have to think about the impact on that. And I think if there's kind of the thought that maybe we'll go back and do a bigger bonus, should think about doing it now. In my written public comment, I included sort of my idea of an alternative proposal that is designed to allow as much housing downtown as possible, but then also tied it towards both protecting legacy businesses and incentivizing property owners to lower rents for commercial tenants to actually fill those empty storefronts. The types of things that I proposed there are the reasons why I would be tied to a bonus program is because under state law, those can only be an opt-in program. And how do you get landlords to opt in to something that would be lowering the rents and that's give them future value? And I think that that's something that should be considered tying it together. But, I think there's really is an opportunity here to like Ocean Views can sell really expensive units. We don't really have many places in the Los Angeles region that have that. And then those can actually get projects to pencil, which can subsidize the affordable units. And I think that's something that we should seriously consider enabling. And I'm, obviously there's a lot of different opinions, but as a downtown resident, yeah, I'd say go as tall and as dense as developers want to do. Thank you.
Shona Breslau.
Good evening, Chair and Commissioners. My name is Jonah Breslau. I'm here on behalf of Unite Here Local 11, the Hospitality Workers Union. We would like to express our concern about proposals to allow ministerial approval of commercial projects on city-owned land and at the gateway sites. And we would urge the Commission to recommend the requirement of a development agreement for commercial uses, including hotels, but not limited to hotels, for projects that want to use this increased flexibility in order to ensure the city retains the maximum ability to negotiate and enforce substantial community benefits, and to continue to promote housing development and not crowd out housing development with these kinds of commercial projects. So there are really two reasons, as I already suggested, to require development agreements for commercial projects. First, we do believe it leads to better projects and strong community benefits. And development agreements have been extremely successful and essential to many successful projects throughout Santa Monica. In recent memory, including the OTO projects at 5th and Colorado, the city properties and the gateway sites are potentially transformative and essential locations in the city, and they deserve robust discussion and negotiation, not over-the-counter approval by staff. Imagine the land right across the pier, redeveloped at up to 130 feet without any public input. If someone came in with a proposal for the world's largest Burger King, wouldn't the city have to accept it? Isn't that a permitted use? The city should not prostrate itself at the feet of developers in search of a slight economic benefit. A bad project there won't be able to be undone and could damage the city's economic prospects for decades. Give yourself and the council the power to help shape the future of Santa Monica. And I think Commissioner Reese already addressed this, allowing greater height and flexibility around zoning could be allowed, but in exchange for development agreements, which have been used successfully. And I don't think we should move away from that process. Second, we are very concerned that allowing massive commercial projects with streamlined approvals will crowd out necessary housing. Allowing purely commercial sites to be up to 130 feet tall with this high FAR means potential housing projects would have to compete with potentially more lucrative commercial projects. That's what the staff said, that we're seeing all this housing development, but our members are not actually seeing housing development. And we've heard over and over again that the housing development's not actually happening. And so we believe that you should stand strong on requiring development agreements for commercial projects. Thank you.
Stay up, please. Can you give us a sense of incomes of your members relative to affordability requirements? Or do you have thoughts on the affordability requirements?
I also would have to review the numbers, and I know from some of our going through the Cloverfield Commons and discussing these AMI calculations, that it can vary a lot depending on how they're calculated. And we have, honestly, members at a broad range. It is a problem, and I think a challenge for our members, how much development is at the very low level, because we have many members at this point who are not at that level, and it can be challenging to see that. But we also do have members who, are at the very low income level, and so. But I don't have an exact number with me.
I have a question. Thank you. How do you feel about public land being used for something other than affordable housing?
Well, again, I think we believe affordable housing is one of the best uses for our public land, but we also have seen projects that we believed were great on public land, and we supported the project at 4th and 5th in Arizona. And we thought that was a great balance, that had public land and had economic development, and got, and we were disappointed that that project hasn't moved forward. So we don't believe that, there should never be commercial development at these sites. We just think the development agreement process is a good way to allow for visionary development, but ensure that the public interest is protected.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Heather Thomason.
Thank you. Good evening, commissioners. I'm Heather Thomason. I'm speaking tonight on behalf of the Neighborhood Task Force, a 501c4 dedicated to bringing residents' voices into land use conversations and finding win-win solutions for residents, developers, and the city. We support more residential developments in Santa Monica, and more specifically, development that's thoughtfully planned. The realignment plan laid out a balanced approach. It intentionally paired two concurrent goals: concentrate new density downtown and incentivize development so that it remains lower scale along the boulevards and remains compatible with existing neighborhoods. They were meant to happen together. Resolution 26009 moves forward with the downtown piece, but drops the boulevard piece entirely. Without both, the trade-off the plan created is no longer there. So we have 6 specific asks, which we wrote about in our letter, and I can tell many of you already read, so thank you for that. I'm going to highlight 3 of them. First, please don't walk away from the Boulevard program. The first version raised some questions for the commission, and that's exactly what a first version is for, to refine and improve. We'd ask you to work with staff to develop a new version with your thoughtful expertise guiding their work on this front. Second, we understand that the realignment plan invoked this incentive program for the boulevards generally. That said, ample arterials like Santa Monica and Wilshire are much better suited to take on heightened density than narrower pedestrian-oriented neighborhood commercial zones like Ocean Park and Pico Boulevards, Montana Avenue and Main Street, though I note the last 2 aren't technically boulevards. Some commissioners understandably didn't want to move density away from the major boulevards. We understand that, but the Heights and State Density Bonus Law allows will swamp our neighborhood commercial corridors. These are where the real boulevard incentive programs need to focus. Third, please protect the small locally owned businesses on these streets. As these blocks redevelop, we risk pushing out the very businesses that define these neighborhoods. As many of you noted, a good boulevard program, one with appropriate height and scale, is the surest way to keep new buildings compatible and give those businesses a real chance to survive. One last thing I wanted to note is that, here we go. We don't follow one of the resolution's findings, the ROI that's before us, that focusing housing downtown will on its own ease displacement in the residential neighborhoods most at risk, unless the city also works to pull the scale of development back in those residential neighborhoods. We don't see how that holds. So we would suggest that that particular finding come out of this ROI. The realignment plan was about balance. Let's see it through. We're ready to help however we can. We can assist with technical studies, help coordinate vendor proposals, whatever the commission and staff need to confidently analyze alternative boulevard programs. We believe this is how we find a win-win for residents, developers, and the city. Thank you.
Hey, Heather.
Hi.
Sean had some ideas that we'll hopefully talk about another time, but I guess what I'm stuck on is what is, if not cutting into the affordable housing fees, what's the hook to incentivize lower density on the boulevards?
I think there was a proposal involving some of the other fees that weren't affordable housing fees last time. So that's just one. You guys are the experts. I don't know, but that's one area to explore. I think that I won't get into all of it, but that some ideas were brought about a little bit earlier tonight that maybe weren't incentive related, but that were. I don't want to get too into it, but I think that we have underexplored some of our options with HCD. So I'll say that.
As a veteran of the neighborhood commercial fight, good luck. Actually, I think one of the incentives, Jacob, was paying 50% of the development impact fees.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Our last speaker is Lauren Block.
I think it's been a long night for all of you, and Heather did a very good job of summarizing our position. So I'll just briefly thank Commissioner Fresco for her comments about revisiting neighborhood commercial boulevards. I want to make very clear that we believe in the delivery of affordable housing, and that the density bonus law specifically ties that ratcheting that Commissioner Landers was asking about to the ratcheting of density bonus to the increased delivery by percentage of the project of the affordable housing. We're 100% for that. And as Commissioner Lambert just noted, a big part of the focus on staff's initial proposal was on the reduction of impact fees, and we would be supportive of that in order to create a lower profile on the boulevards.
So I'm confused, Lauren. So you are okay with a density bonus project on Ocean Park Boulevard? Because it includes affordable housing?
We have, yeah, we're 100%. In fact, we're suggesting that it should have more affordable housing than they're currently offering in order to qualify for the density bonus that they were awarded. I don't want to get into that project because that's not what you're considering here, but there are some discrepancies between the municipal density bonus law and state density bonus law.
They double each other. They work together. I mean, they're not the same, but they work together.
They're not the same. And the requirements for the percentages of affordable housing are actually a little bit different, but that's a separate topic.
Well, it's not really, because it goes to the height of that project.
It does, and we would argue that it needs to deliver even more affordability in order to justify the height, but that's a separate topic.
I just want to follow up because I'm curious about the neighborhood task force's position. I think that the concern last time was about the impact, the unexpected impact, right, when you run all the numbers of the Boulevards proposal on developable projects in Pico and historic neighborhoods. And so when I ran sort of more focused options, taking GC Pico and Mixed Use Boulevard Low Pico off the table sort of solves the problem at one level.
Say that again, please. Taking
them off the table, you know, for the intensification, right? Because the Boulevard program was a density trade, and my question actually is because the other way to go about it is to focus on finding commercial tenant protection solutions, which is something that Mr. Cohen-May has written about, and which there's a new state law that we were talking about earlier that Commissioner Lambert flagged about new protections for legacy commercial tenants. And I'm wondering is, as part of your work on housing and affordable housing that is neighborhood based, is looking at commercial tenant protection part of that agenda, or could it be?
Yes, I think in Heather's, she condensed her 6 points into 3.
Right.
But if you read her 6-point letter,
Which
she specifically advocates for tenant protections.
Commercial and residential.
Yes.
Okay.
And with respect to affordability, we believe in affordability, because if you can make places for people who work here but can't afford to live here, you can improve the environment.
But that's not what I'm talking about. I'm
Okay.
talking about the idea, and we talked about this a little bit in the downtown
Yes,
context.
commercial
of
tenant
What are
protections.
the options that we have for making sure that this moving around of density and height and creating incentives that when you add them all up, create weird little pockets of intensification that might just happen to land on historic commercial tenants, people who've run businesses here for years,
Sure.
multi-generational businesses
Mhm.
who are in properties where the landowner is now incentivized to go really big and get rid of those tenants. And I think part of what worried us last time and worries us a little bit now, in parts of this plan, but not entirely, is the question of how do we protect those longtime Santa Monica businesses?
Right, and we share that
Can
concern.
you share that concern?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, commissioners, it seemed to me that in our last round of questions, we covered a lot of discussion as well. So I'm hoping that as we enter the discussion session, we can start focusing on defining some options to vote on.
You want to start?
Do you want to start, Commissioner Fresco, or shall we start on this side this time? Let's start on this side.
Jake, is he awake?
No, I have a very late bedtime with kids. Yeah, I mean, I'll say on the downtown housing plan, I'm pretty supportive of what staff has done here. I mean, I think that we need to think about, okay, so we're offering greater height. What are we getting for it? We're getting that unit mix. We need more 2 and 3 bedrooms. I'm not as sold on the restriction on studios. I mean, we've had conversations about form-based affordability, and a studio with an ocean view is never really going to be affordable. But I don't know, just saying like you can only do 15% studio seems at cross purposes with that. So, I mean, I would probably go higher with the 15% studio while keeping the 2 and 3 bedroom mix. But that said, otherwise, what are the policy questions? Having the second density bonus comparable to what you could do if you just took the second density bonus on state law, I think is pretty critical. Like, I like the ratcheting idea, but I think we have to, if we want the 2 and 3 bedroom units, we have to make it worth your while. So I think just taking what you could already do under state laws and trading, the extra height for the unit mix is a good deal for me. Let's see. That's pretty much it. I mean, I think exempting the city-owned sites from the zoning ordinance makes sense. The gateway, again, I don't know. I feel like it's like 3 sites, one of which is already covered by the city, because the city owned. So like, I don't know. I don't have super defined thoughts. I just worry it's getting really ticky-tacky when we're just talking about the Sears building and the Pierside Hotel. I'll leave it there.
Commissioner Reese?
I'm generally supportive of the downtown incentive programs, with the one caveat about making sure we're not allowing the double dipping. I do think the 3 different affordability levels, if we hold on to that, is a struggle for developers, so we probably need to give on some of the unit mix issues then. And I am supportive of, releasing zoning from city-owned lands, but not supportive of increasing it for the gateway sites at this point without some additional oversight for us. Comments at this moment.
Thanks. Commissioner Lambert?
Well, I'm going to be the fly in the ointment tonight. I'm going to abstain on this. And the reason I I am, because I don't think it will have any impact whatsoever on what's going on in the neighborhood commercial districts. It's a very different kind of project and development we're talking about downtown than what we're seeing on Ocean Park and Main Street and Pico. I don't think it'll have any impact whatsoever on slowing that process in the neighborhoods. So it's not that I don't support this, I do, but I really want to see the neighborhood business incentive program come at the same time or time definite, which I don't think we can do tonight. So I can't support it tonight.
Commissioner Andrews?
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm more interested in keeping the unit mix. I'm okay with the unit mix. I'm fine with pursuing this unit mix. I understand the limit on the studios, from the history of the limit on the studios, and I think what that does is it pushes it into a number of one-bedroom units, which isn't terrible. I think my bigger concern is that the 2-bedroom and 3-bedroom units not be subdividable, to be honest, in the ways that we've talked about last time without using language that we're not allowed to use, that they're really, that they are occupied by a household, whatever we're allowed to say there. When we talk about the affordability mix, I just ran the numbers briefly, and 50% of median is of area median income is about $83,000 a year for a family of 4, and that, if you calculate 2,000 working hours a year, is about $41 an hour, which I dare say is close to what some people earn in downtown Santa Monica, but probably a bit more than what a lot of people earn. So I'm okay with the 50%. I think that's a good number. I am concerned on your proposed options, to be very honest, when we look at the number of units that are being proposed, my concern about this incentive structure is that you've essentially wiped it out for the small units. And so I would like to keep it for I'd like to keep it the 2 to 5 units, the 6 to 19 units, the 20 unit, the 22 X units, and then simplify at this.
If I could just have a quick
yeah,
response.
please.
In the downtown, we're not seeing 5-unit developments.
Okay, no, of course we're not. That's
on
fine.
the left is like
forget
the
that 5,
citywide,
right?
So we're seeing hundreds of units in
Right.
downtown projects. So they're all basically the 20 units or more.
Right, but this is the ratchet. This is what I'm getting at, which is where I think the ratchet is interesting, right? You have an on-site requirement of 15%, and an off-site requirement of 20% in the existing requirement. And I would tend to think that up to our current heights, that's fine. And if we're going to go above those heights, I would like to see the ratchet go up to if you want to do that number at 84, well, if you're going to go to hundreds of units at hundreds of feet of height, then I don't understand why we would be dropping the 20% to a lower number, right? And I think that part of the bonus is you ratchet up that 5% at the much higher heights because you're making it up on volume. And that's sort of where I would go on the question of how that ratchet works, because at very high heights, you have the unit count to do that. What I would do is offer in exchange some flexibility, and I think again, Commissioner Reese is right. This is an opportunity for us to get the 80 and 120 that is really hard for us to get otherwise. And if we're giving them real height, let's get those categories. Let's push them into those categories.
Can I ask you a clarifying question?
Yeah.
When you mention wanting to highlight the 50% AMI or now the 120, are you talking about like changing the offsite 15% to only allow, like, how are you implementing the 50% limit or the projects that get the 80 and the 120? Are you wanting to change the onsite mix? Are you changing the offsite to not just be 80% AMI? I would just like to understand
no, I'm
where
saying
you're implementing these different
if you're
percentages.
doing offsite and you're doing a 260-foot tower, I'd like to see that at a 20%, right? I'd like to, or I'd like to see it 20% of the units that are above 84 feet. Or do you see what I'm saying? I'd like to.
I understand the increase in a percentage.
Correct.
I think it would be difficult to kind of like.
You can't do 120 offsite because if you're going to
Understood.
build, you're ultimately going to build a 100% affordable, and you can't put 120.
That's
So-
why we have
no, no, no.
80% or lower.
Right. So that's why I'm saying, I'm not saying do 120 on offsite, but I'm saying on site, if we're going up and we're pushing it up above 15% of units because we're in large unit counts, I would, my instinct, and you'd have to, map feasibility on this, is my instinct is to that 5% margin, the extra, should come at the 80 and 120, not at the 50.
So
That's what I'm saying.
You're saying for the on-site option.
Yes.
Either A, increase the base 15 to something higher.
Yes.
And maybe don't have that even distribution mix.
Correct.
Maybe get rid of the very low on the off-site option. I mean, the on-site option.
On-site option
Okay.
above the.
The
You
problem
think
is
that gets
your-
too complicated?
Your affordable units are based off of your base project. So you don't get more affordable on like, I think that'd be very hard to implement if I'm
Okay.
just going to be really honest.
Okay.
I think if you want to change the 15 to 20 and only say it has to be evenly mixed between 80 and 120, that's easier to implement.
I see what you're saying.
I'm
Okay.
just worried that it's going to get very complicated. I think changing those numbers is fine. That would just be staff's like.
No, I think
how it would be implemented.
well, no, I think I'm saying something else. I think what I'm saying is we push it to 20 at those very high heights, but instead of it being evenly distributed, we're saying, I'll make up a number, right? We're saying it's 5%, 50%, it's 10%, 80%, and another 5%, 120,
That's
right?
so changing how the mix works.
Changing how the mix works to push the proportion toward the 80 to 120.
That would be, yeah.
That would be implementable, I would
Yes,
assume.
I think that would be.
You're
I
not
mean, it's
proposing
this. You're just
maybe
changing your
apply, that
numbers.
he apply to the density bonus units, just the base, right?
Yeah.
It'd still be the base, but only if they're getting all those density
Exactly.
bonus. So the net impact would be 15% for the whole project
Correct.
and not 10% like we usually get.
Right.
Okay.
Exactly. That's exactly right. And then let's go to the gateway. I can support going to 130. I can't support going above. I think, it's a very, what are the actual parcel sizes here? What are we?
They're large. I don't have the numbers.
I don't know if Mr. Breslau's proposal for a 30,000 square foot sort of cutoff is right. It sort of matches
So
what we've.
the parcel size of the Sears property is a little over 3 acres, if I recall. And then
Okay.
the Pier side is like 30,000 square feet.
It is. Yeah. So I think 30 is a good number. I mean, for the sake of discussion, I would say below, I'm comfortable with commercial being, ministerial at, below 30. But if we're going above 30, where it's really going to start to shape really start to shape the profile of the city and really start to change, what we get, I would like to see a DA.
You're saying kind of base process off of parcel size.
No, I'm talking about it. I'm saying 30,000 square foot project runs
Square
ministerial.
footage of project, not
Yeah.
parcel size.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah.
So you're saying like, if you were proposing a 20,000 square foot project, you could do an AA.
Yep.
But if you're doing a 50,000 square foot project, you have to be a DR or a DA or something
And we need to
discretionary.
figure out those community benefits because those are, yeah, that's, if the city wants to shape that
and the city wants to have a trade-off with, I think the trade-off with housing is real, although, you know, we're providing a lot of other opportunities for housing. But I think when it comes to what you're saying, creative proposal on private property in the mega event space, you know, what we saw at the White House this week was not okay. And if we have an only a ministerial program, then we'll get that, or we'll get the, I don't know, 100-foot statue of somebody that Santa Monica doesn't really care for, right? Like, you know, so I would really rather have some city involvement in what goes on above 30,000 square feet, or, you know, existing height.
Okay.
Yeah.
Commissioner Fresco?
I think that's, yeah.
So the three things. So the first one is the zoning, right? The
Yes.
downtown zoning. I'm okay with increasing the zoning, except in the promenade, in the Bayside Commercial, is that what we call it?
So there's
BC?
the
There's
Bayside
two
commercials.
BCs.
Yeah, it's
and,
the promenade or second and fourth. Are you just focusing on the promenade
No, I
one?
think both of them. I
So all
think
BC.
that was, yes, the purple zone.
Yeah, sorry, I can get you that.
It's actually dark blue, but whatever.
Yeah, so you're
it
saying
is
all BC also don't increase the height in FAR?
Yeah, I think those three streets, that is our historic commercial core. And if we're talking about revitalizing Santa Monica, that's where our character is. And people come to places for character. They come for experience and for something that's different and specific to a place. And duh. What can I say?
That's the technical term.
That's the technical term. I mean, you know, we're trying to do a thing, and that's like, you know, the front page, and we have to protect it. And so, or at least disincentivize completely changing it. So, but the rest, I mean, as you propose, the green, the yellow, the other blue, sure, I don't think that hurts anybody. So I'm good with that. As far as the incentive program goes, if we increase the height to 130 feet, so people are really building, I mean, I grew up in a 20-story building. I know what that feels like. That's a big building. I mean, we could go trick or treat without going outdoors. So, and we did.
Yeah.
And so, you know, a building bigger than that is really a thing. It's really, I mean, somebody out there said that people wouldn't really notice 20, 30, people notice. It really makes a big difference. And for us to end up in the net getting 20% of inclusionary affordable units seems kind of criminal to me when you get at that level. So some version, I'm not going to endorse a particular version. I would rather you figured out something that's implementable and maintains an incentivized vibe. But some way to get to at least stay at 15% when you get to those bonuses. In terms of the second bonus, I'm all for the moderate income version. I think that that's probably the only way we're ever going to get any of those, so I'm good with that. And then we are talking about the gateway. As you probably picked up, I think a ministerial project for those things that just says, yeah, we're going to approve whatever crazy stuff you throw at us and just make your own project. I don't think that's a good idea. I think we need to be able to make sure it fits Santa Monica, that we can add conditions and ask for things that we think will help and trade-offs. So again, I think probably a DR would be enough as long as it allows for enough discretion to say no if it's a little too wacky. You know, I mean, it's hard for me to think, except maybe the world's largest McDonald's, what too wacky would be. But, I mean, I've seen some of the proposals that have come up for the Sears building, and they were pretty weird, and I loved them. So, you know, but we just need to have some kind of ability to say no, and also to say what if or yes, but. We just need that flexibility. Did I answer all of them?
I mean, ultimately, I think, yes, there's discussion, but this will be ultimately your recommendation, and
Right.
specific numbers and details are going to be needed, because
We'll
that's
get
what we're
to
then going to bake into the amendments that will go before council. So open-ended kind of,
Okay,
we're going to need specifics.
okay, don't touch Bayside. 130 feet in the others.
Has everybody's had a chance to talk?
I
let me
just-
I have a
I'm
clarifying
sorry.
question.
For Commissioner.
Very
Fresco.
quick, no, I have a clarifying question for staff. Just
Go ahead.
on the public properties, is the resolution, I was just looking it up, the resolution just basically says any public property in the downtown core. Like, it's not a list of addresses, because like 601,
Examples.
the parking lot behind the library could be redeveloped.
Any city-owned land. We gave 4 examples, but yeah, it's any city.
It's any city-owned land. Okay, good.
Okay, in general, I'm supportive of staff's proposal for the downtown incentive program with the heights and the new base densities. I'm comfortable with the unit mix proposal, and I think I support Commissioner Landris' thought about a ratcheted program for how that would apply to increased densities. I also want to reiterate what Commissioner Reese mentioned about making sure there's no double dipping on the affordable units.
Making sure there's no what?
Double dipping on the affordability. I'm in support of increased density throughout downtown. And as it relates to city-owned sites, I'm generally supportive of providing the flexibility there. I have mixed feelings about the Gateway site. I think I'm generally comfortable with going along with it, with staff proposal, on the understanding that it still has to be consistent with the Gateway plan, and that a ministerial process would just ensure that consistency is maintained with that plan based on objective standards that are already in place. Understood? At the same time, I think to build consensus, that I can support an approach that's maybe based on size of project as well, that would trigger a development agreement in certain instances.
Can I just say, I've changed my mind.
God.
I was just being a grouch. I'm very upset that we don't have any neighborhood commercial program in place. And I also don't believe the downtown development is going to have an iota of effect on the neighborhood commercial. It's a totally different kind of development and developer. But I'll vote for it anyway, if the Bayside Conservation District is excluded from the 130 feet. And I don't think that anything that goes on in the Gateway area should be ministerial. I mean, if this is like the gateway to Santa Monica, we want to be very clear that it should be well-designed and very attractive. So I'm against a ministerial process for the gateway. So.
I'd also like to add in, with regard to a corridor-based program that was, I guess, not included in this round of proposals. I'm open to the idea of considering some sort of a program, but based on what I heard last time, and just based on whatever thought I've put into it so far, I think it's very challenging given the state incentives. That I think the city would have to give away too much in order to provide a sufficient incentive. I'm open to hearing some ideas about it, but my preliminary thought is it's very challenging. And whatever development we do, I'm very wary about giving away too much on impact fees, because that's what helps the city actually prepare for whatever development happens. So I just wanted to say that. Commissioner Wasserman?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'll say one. I guess I'm still perplexed. Like, yeah, I mean, I will acknowledge that there's a difference in feel to some degree between a 100-foot building and a 150-foot building. What I don't understand is the incentive to redevelop is pretty similar. I think we're just saying, you know, we're gonna build less housing, and yet we're still gonna have tall buildings, just less tall buildings in the Bayside. So I think we should just do the full downtown. What was my other point there? You just said impact fees, the Gateway site. Oh yeah, I'm still just concerned that the more we add on to a ratcheting system, the less likely someone is to take the deal, and then we don't get our 3 bedrooms and our 2 bedrooms. I don't know what the answer is, but if we go too much beyond what you can do already in state law, then they just don't do it. So yeah, maybe there's something in between, but I'm not. I don't know what it is.
I wanted to pick up on your comment about the impact fees, which I think are really important. But I also think, coming back to our conversation in April, that there may be some impact fees that could use some new nexus studies, like transportation. And I'll say it because I raised this like almost 8 years ago, which is I still struggle with the fact that we can't tie, and particularly if we're talking about DAs, that we can't tie those fees to projects, right? I mean, I am remembering when we had the conversation about the Fairmont, and there was some discussion about traffic, and we raised the question of whether we could, you know, take that substantial amount of money that was coming in around that project and actually speak to the people up the road in Wilmot who were saying, we are going to be living with the consequences of this transformation. Let's figure out a way to ease their traffic, maybe put a traffic circle in somewhere, the whole thing, right? So I definitely agree with you that we need to capture those impact fees. And I also feel that we need more creativity around how they get deployed so that, you know, when Ross was speaking earlier about what could be waived or what could be let go, I'm thinking, how do we stop them from taking away bike parking? Because we want people to be not having a car downtown. We want them to have a bike. We want it to be easy for anybody who's moving around the downtown to park their bike, use our services, live there, whatever it is. So that's maybe direction or requests of staff moving forward. It's not in this, but if we're going to be creative on if we're going to be creative on the zoning and the development standards, I think we also need to be creative on those pieces. And when we're talking about ratchets, by the way, the in lieu fees, when we give away, and then I'm going back to the conversation in April, the in lieu fees by and large do not build units if they're $1 million a door, right? And if we can trade a reduced in lieu fee or two for an actual unit at 100 or 120% AMI, that actually delivers housing far more efficiently than a fraction of a unit collected in cash, sitting and waiting for a building to be able to be built. Because we can't actually just like say, oh, look, we collected enough money for 1 unit, we're going to stick it on the street, right? We have exactly, which we then use to build more, but it takes a long time to collect that money. So I'm in a place where I'm much more, this goes back to the impact fees, I am much more open to the idea with the ratchet of letting go of in lieu fees in exchange for getting that actual on-site unit and building those as they go.
Are you done?
Sorry.
The Bayside District is a very important part of downtown to a lot of people in Santa Monica. It really is our historic core to the extent we have one. And it was protected in the Downtown Community Plan. And I think we need to understand that people in Santa Monica care deeply about that part of downtown. And putting a 20-story building in the middle of Promenade is not a cool thing at all. And so we need to respect the people who, what? It's basically the historic core of Santa Monica that people, during the DCP process, we heard from hundreds of people about how important that core was. you can't just erase history. It really doesn't work.
Right, but if you don't upzone it further, maybe it's an incentive to do it somewhere else. Because we have been fighting this battle for a long time and incrementally losing, and this is where we are now. So we're going to keep fighting. Can I just ask Sean a question about what he was saying? About what if instead of it breaking into the in lieu fee, the impact fee bank, what if we structured the in lieu fees so that they were, instead of like 30% of a unit, what if whatever it is, the formula comes out, so it's like 60% or 70%, the developer is still getting a discount, so they feel like they're getting something because they don't have to build $1 million unit, they're paying $700,000 or something, whatever it is. And then that's enough that if this is a big project, that's enough units that could actually comprise a building somewhere. I don't
I'm
know.
super interested in that, except that we can't play with the fees like that, in the sense that we have to do a nexus study and it has to be responsive to
nexus
this,
studies.
all those things. I forgot to say one thing, which is that I'm particularly because of the not because of the request, but because, the neighborhood conversation needs to happen. I do agree with the neighborhood task force folks that we ought to avoid claiming that moving this last line about avoiding displacement in the residential neighborhoods. I'm a little concerned about what that language does or doesn't do for us, and whether we need to say it. So if I'm particularly because, or can it be rewritten in a way that opens the door for the commission to come back with the Boulevard ROI and say, that was part A, this is part B?
I will just comment, when we wrote I think you're talking about the finding about.
It's at the end.
Really, it was, again, it wasn't trying to speak towards the Boulevard program that was not moving forward pursuant to your guys' direction. It was really just saying, well, by making downtown so much more attractive, it may have the impact of alleviating the desire to put it elsewhere. But I'm
worried about saying that. I'm not sure it's true. I don't think it's true, and I'm worried about saying it in that way. I do think your point about directing development energy toward the downtown is a really important one. I think we're on much weaker ground suggesting that will have, that somebody's going to be like, oh, I could have built on Ocean Park, but now I'm going to build on Fifth, right? I don't think they're going to,
You can definitely provide direction to strike that, just like you did previously, and we can incorporate those edits.
Okay.
Mr. Reese?
Just to that point, we certainly made those findings when we did the loose, so I'm not sure why it's different now, but.
Did we? I
wasn't here then. I was. And the whole point was to put development on the commercial corridors to save the residential areas, to protect the residential areas. But I have a question for staff. On this agenda item, what's our rush on this? I understand SB 79, we have this looming deadline. But I'm sitting here tonight and I hear a lot of discrepancies. I don't hear a consensus forming, and I think there's been a lot of good things brought up, and that we might do something out of our norm, which is, why don't we continue this and stew on it for a little while?
That sounds good.
You can completely make the recommendation, or you can continue this. You can make a recommendation to council to not move forward with any of this. I will say, I think there is a desire of the council to move forward with effectuating the realignment plan. Director Yo can speak to that.
Yes, that's exactly. It's not at the, I think just speaking to, why this is being brought forward, this was direction adopted by the council on October the 28th. The city absolutely wants to continue that momentum in terms of generating economic opportunity in downtown. I think just as a suggestion for the commission, there are 3 components to this. Certainly, if there's discomfort with some aspect of it, some part of it could move forward, and, if you want to hold others back for study, I think there is tremendous interest in, if I were to prioritize, probably the city-owned sites, because that's something that, the city has the most control over, right? And there are some key sites within downtown, that we would want to be able to probably advance. And in terms of the, housing incentives, I mean, to the extent that's tied together with the kind of affirmatively upzoning housing, and, I'm seeing a lot of comments largely around the height and maybe around how to shape that program, given the questions we're asking. That certainly is something that could be brought back, given the comments provided tonight. It sounds like on the gateway, it's more concern around process, right? Not necessarily an objection to a heightened FAR increase, but just like, how does that get effectuated? And I think I'm very clearly hearing that there's not an interest in a ministerial process, but really more a development agreement. I'm kind of seeing a consensus flow around that too, which is kind of consistent with what's in the DCP right now.
Well, I was just curious if there was an absolute deadline. I do think that there is consensus on the city-owned lands, and I think we're really close on the gateway sites, but the other stuff seems like we could benefit from a little more discussion and thought, but.
So,
Could I try something?
yes, I was actually just going to suggest that you do your magic for the last time. And if I might make a suggestion, maybe
Yes,
we
sir.
can break it into 3 parts so that we can deal with them.
I'm going to do it in individual pieces. So I'm going to make a motion. So Ross, can you help? I think what we want to do here is I want to start with the publicly owned land, because I think there's the most willingness to do that as written. Is there any publicly owned land on the promenade? Is there any publicly owned land in there in Bayside? In the BC?
I don't think so.
I don't know.
I don't think there is.
So, but I'm not
Fourth and
certain.
Arizona's in the DC.
Oh, no, it's the other side of the street. It's the other, it's the parking structures. They're technically in the BC because they're on the west.
All spoken for.
The parking structures are all spoken for, right?
Except for the one on Broadway. Yeah, they're-
No, but they're west of, the BC goes east of 4th, so.
Yeah, some of like 4th and 5th in Arizona, I think is
BC.
Is BC, like part BC.
Okay, but I
part-
don't think that what we're proposing is bad for
It's
those
very
properties.
specific sites.
Yeah, so I would move that. I would move the city-owned as proposed.
Okay.
I wouldn't even accept the BC because the only properties we're talking about are the parking structures in 4th, 5th in Arizona, and we want to give the city the same flexibility there. That's been part of the problem. So, great. Can we vote?
So what are we
kinda
voting?
doing
I'm
a
sorry,
straw?
you haven't actually.
Well, let's do a straw poll. Let's do
Say a
it.
whole sentence what we're voting.
I'm moving the staff recommendation related to publicly owned
Which
land.
is, remind me what that is.
Just to exempt it completely from the
From
zoning
zoning
ordinance.
ordinance.
For
Okay.
only city-owned property.
City insights in the downtown.
Yes.
It's not already
not.
exempted?
Affordable
No,
housing
it's
is,
not.
but not anything
Not
else.
everything.
Yeah.
So it's exempt from.
City-owned land.
Correct. Yes.
Okay.
So yeah, let's maybe do a straw. I think the the
Sure.
proposal is to accept the amendments.
Because we only have 2 resolutions and we have to pull verbiage from the resolutions, and staff needs time to do that. So,
Sounds like the vote is to support the amendments regarding city-owned sites in the downtown, exempting them from the zoning ordinance.
Yes.
correct.
I'm going to go down the line. Commissioner Fresco?
Yes.
Commissioner Landris?
Yes.
Commissioner Lambert?
Yes.
Commissioner Reese?
Yep.
Commissioner Wassman? Vice Chair Chaco?
Yes.
Great. So then my second motion or straw poll motion is that we approve the staff recommendations relative to the Gateway Master Plan sites, with the exception that we require development agreements above 30,000 square feet for commercial properties.
So what are the other besides
Well,
that
housing
one?
is exempt. Like housing can go
So how, just.
You can go to 130 feet, 5.0 FAR with housing under an AA, but if you want to do commercial
Okay.
above 30,000 square feet, you need a DA.
No one's going to do that with that FAR and height. No one's
You
going to do
get-
30,000 square feet.
Is hotel commercial?
Huh?
Yes,
Hotel's commercial.
yes. And I'm punting on the question of hotel because I want the DA. I mean, the only thing that I think would be alternative to that would be to do a DR to 60 and then a DA above 60.
Let's
but
just
why?
say any commercial project.
That's
cannot
what I
be-
said.
Any commercial project cannot be ministerial.
Of 0 square feet?
Well, everything's going to be big. I mean, you'd be an idiot to build 30,000 square
Well, he
feet.
might, so let him give it a bottom threshold.
No, I want to give them. Well, let's say somebody wants to do something on the Sears site that's 30,000 square feet because they
Because
have it in
there's
the
a
parking lot.
historic building there.
Because it's a historic building there and they want to
It wouldn't
extend
be
to it.
ministerial anyway then, because it's a landmark.
Well, let him
On the
just say
parking
it.
lot.
It doesn't hurt anybody to put it in there and it makes it clear.
Yes, so it's the Gateway Master Plan as proposed by staff, with the exception that commercial projects above 30,000 square feet require a DA.
Okay.
Understood. That's the motion.
I request that you say, instead of saying as staff said, that you list the things because my brain
Do you want me to
can't
try
So
conjure
we're
them up
moving, we're
quickly
giving
enough.
them, we're giving the Gateway 5.0 FAR and 130 feet.
Okay.
And you're saying, so we're going to upzone the gateway essentially?
Yes.
And say that if it's a housing project that is within those upzoning, it can stay ministerial.
Correct.
But if it's a non-housing project,
Correct.
if it's 30,000 square feet or few or less, it can be
Yes.
an AA. But
Correct.
if it's above 30,000 square feet, it needs to be a DA.
Correct.
Okay.
That is. that
I'll
was
do a
what we're
straw
saying.
poll on that one. Commissioner Fresco?
I'm going to abstain, and the reason is because for all of these many, many years, I have always felt that the Gateway should be more of a transitional spot because it's where we're entering the downtown and it transitions to the Civic Center and to Ocean Park, and I don't think we should be hitting a big wall there. And so even though I understand why we're going to 130 feet, I can't bring myself to vote for it.
Commissioner Landris?
Yes.
Commissioner Lambert?
Well, because it's Sean's last meeting, I'll say yes, but what if a McDonald's wants to go to the Sears parking lot? Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
Commissioner Reese?
Yes.
Commissioner Wasserman?
Yes.
Vice Chair Chaco?
Yes.
Okay.
And I'll move that we continue the remainder of the downtown private property project with direction to staff to take into consideration the ideas that were proposed here and to come back with a revised red line. And I'm available till June 30th, apparently, so.
Aren't you on until someone's appointed?
I am.
So it could be July.
It could be.
So are you continuing kind of both components of the downtown, both the incentive program and just the general upzoning?
Yes.
So everything.
I actually want to say one more thing, which is that I am nervous. We have yet to hear from SCAG and the state about the bus stops. And I think we're in I understand that, you know, council's going to move the delay, but we're actually doing sort of two contradictory things with this project, right? We're on the one hand saying we want the bus stops, we want the SB 79 upzoning of the bus stops, which we're going to put on hold for a minute, right? Although we made it, you know, we recommended what we recommended. And then by the same token, we're going to develop a local program which maybe goes beyond SB 79 that we want to put into place as quickly as possible. No, which we want to put into place right away. And I understand all of the, like, I can hold those two things in my head, but I'm very wary of doing them both exactly at the same time. And so I think there would be value to bringing this back when we know what that looks like and we can actually map and we can actually say, This is the incentive package that is genuinely going to attract a developer in the downtown to not use SB 79 and to come into this program. If we try to do these both simultaneously, the messaging we're sending to the development community is also a little bit weird. And if we're trying to realign and we're trying to get people to come and develop in Santa Monica, I think they need clarity about what their options are and not mixed messaging. I get what we're trying to work our way through, but this doesn't feel staged right.
Doesn't our downtown zoning really trump? Sorry, that word. I used that word.
It does.
SB 79.
It's exactly the same.
That's why we're
basically.
able to exclude it so easily, because it
So-
already kind of matches.
So I think that the real controversy is the incentive program and what that looks like.
Okay.
I think the zoning is more of a question of, are there 4 votes in favor of that tonight? And I'm not sure that we have to punt on that one.
Yeah, which is the 130 feet and,
Right. And the
what,
controversy
5?
is, do we
5.0?
carve out the Bayside district or not? We've heard 2 absolute yeses on carving them out.
I'm a third on that. I would carve them out.
We won't have the votes.
So we should vote today.
We'll wait till Sean
It
gets here.
sounds like Commissioner Reese is kind of bifurcating the downtown programs.
But we just found out we have a 3, well, I shouldn't say that.
Let's take a poll.
I'll also say that regardless of how I feel about the Bayside, I don't think it's going to look good to council to bring 130 for any of it without bringing the incentive program at the
Those
same
who have been
time.
around understand how important.
They understand, and someday you'll understand too.
So, okay, so wait, so I'm going to make a straw poll motion just so we get everybody on the record, so we see where we are, to exclude the Bayside Promenade and the Bayside 2nd and 4th from the downtown upzonings for housing projects.
Are you also okay with the staff proposal of the LT East and WT also being excluded?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Straw poll just on that. Commissioner Fresco?
Yes.
Commissioner Landris?
Yes.
Commissioner Lambert?
Yes.
Commissioner Reese?
No.
Commissioner Wasserman?
No.
Sorry. Vice Chair Chaco?
If you're talking about excluding the Bayside, no.
Yes. There,
gotta get Josh in
the
here.
straw poll does not pass.
Okay. So we're divided. So we wouldn't be able to reach,
It's historic.
we would not be able to reach consensus tonight because the current makeup of the commission is evenly divided.
Don't throw it away, Jen.
Call a meeting before I'm gone and see if we can get
Don't
Josh
throw
on
it
board.
away.
I mean, like,
I don't think we'd have enough time to notice and everything, so.
John, I have a sense you're going to be at more than one meeting. More than one more meeting.
So I guess then the
All right, so
upzoning of downtown, at least as that motion or that straw poll was proposed, did not pass. So therefore,
no, the exclusion didn't pass. And so we haven't actually taken, so I'll move that we continue the downtown housing incentive program to a future meeting
and the upzoning,
Yeah.
and the upzoning.
all of it.
with encouraging staff to take into account the ideas from ratcheting to excluding the base, excluding the BC to all the other things that we talked about.
And one thing I don't think that I threw in my support of is an incentive and somehow to protect retail.
Yeah,
What did you
Protect
say? I
what?
can't hear you.
protect retail.
Yes, I would encourage that too, potentially with additional density.
Whatever it happens to be.
And if I may, you're going to do the briefing for us on the new commercial tenant protection laws. It may be helpful to have
One.
it may be helpful to have analysis of those provisions factored into whatever plan is coming forward.
Sorry, for clarity, are we talking about commercial tenant protections in the downtown?
And statewide.
No.
Yes.
In the context of this, sorry, we're just trying to understand the studying of something to bring back on this incentive program, because I heard about that in the context of potential future interest in this Boulevard other program, but just this downtown incentive program, I'm not sure I'm understanding commercial
I've never heard
protections in
anybody say it
downtown.
before yet either. I agree. What are you talking about?
Is there anybody we're trying to protect downtown, commercial tenants?
Because we're just talking about the downtown incentive
We don't
program,
have
so I'm
any
not
commercial
sure.
tenants doing
It's
that.
only, it's a matter of like getting it out to the public, not necessarily us sitting around and schmoozing about it.
And
Yeah, well,
in
really.
my mind, you know, whenever you build a new mixed-use building, the ground floor retail sits empty because the rents are so darn high.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm that's what I'm focused on.
What's the bill number, Leslie?
That's true.
I couldn't find
So
it.
commercial rent control,
It's illegal.
I know.
No, it's not if you opt into it. What's the new law?
If the the state, in 1988, the state passed a law saying cities cannot impose commercial rent control. You can work into an agreement with your landlord if you want, which is highly unlikely, that he would control the rent.
Or you could incentivize it.
Incentivize it. And maybe there's no way to do it, but it's something to look at.
Here, California's Commercial Tenant Protection Act, SB 1103, provides residential style lease protection for small community serving businesses and nonprofits. And they get longer.
Staff can.
Exactly. No, that's why I'm flagging it, because it's restaurants with fewer than 10 employees, it's nonprofits with fewer than 20 employees, and micro enterprises. So it's not a huge number in the downtown, but
It's the boulevards, the neighborhood boulevards, really. That would
yeah, that's true. Yeah.
So is the straw poll to still essentially continue everything regarding downtown incentive and upzoning?
Yep.
Yes.
So I think on that, that's fine. We still do need, those are just straw polls. We will need now a
Right.
motion. It sounded like we did a straw poll on the city-owned sites and the gateway.
Yes, but which resolution do you want me to move?
It doesn't matter, just.
I think you
yeah,
could
it's just a
do.
motion.
I think you could adopt both with
Right.
with the amendments
With the amendment.
as voted through the straw polls regarding allowing the city land to be exempt, the gateway to increase the height, and if a housing project is proposed, it can be the AA, but if it's commercial above 30,000.
Oh, wait, this is easier. Look at this. I'm going to move resolution, let me try this. I'm going to move resolution number 26009 and 26010 with respect to amendments to maximize the potential of city-owned sites in the downtown and gateway master plan areas as amended through our discussions tonight, and to continue amendments related to one, focusing housing development in the downtown, as discussed by the commission, and with the excision of the language at the end of both resolutions referring to the alleviation of housing pressures in residential neighborhoods.
Second.
What he said.
Okay, so we have a first
Second.
by Landris and a second by
Fresco.
Tracer Chaco.
What would the very rough at this point timeline be for bringing back the continued parts?
I have no idea at this point.
2035.
I mean, ultimately, I think what is moving forward will be going to council next month. Obviously, this is just your recommendation. Council could reverse your recommendation as well.
No.
Well, they could actually do it without us, couldn't they?
Yeah, well, I don't know about
Sure,
that.
sure.
Not the recommendation.
We've moved to
Yes,
continue.
they
the
continued
part,
those pieces. So
that-
those pieces
that
they
will wait
cannot
for us.
reverse.
Yeah.
Correct. I'm
That's for you
sorry.
guys.
And not yet, at least.
As
Yeah.
far as a timeline to bring back the things that we are continuing, I honestly don't have it off the top of my head. I think we have quite of a large work pile to get through. We're moving on to the LCP. This could delay this for a while.
Can I ask a question? Since we had the whole neighborhood commercial boulevard thing on our ROI list and we took it off, can we just get a new ROI at our next meeting and then talk about neighborhood commercial when this comes back?
I think we could definitely bring back an ROI to open up the conversation about the Boulevard
The point of
program.
order that we haven't actually
and
voted
then
yet.
Right. we're just
Yeah, but let him continue.
Okay.
I wanna hear-
exploring.
and then when we bring back this continued piece, that could also come back
Right.
at that time as well.
Okay, so we'll make that motion after this one. Let's call it.
Uh,
Wanna do something.
So first, Commissioner Fresco?
Yes.
Commissioner Landris?
Yes.
Commissioner Lambert?
Yes.
Commissioner Reese?
Yep.
Commissioner Wasserman, Vice Chair Chaco.
Yes, unanimous.
It sounds like Commissioner Fresco wants to make.
I'd like to make a motion that we have a new ROI at our next meeting that brings on a discussion of the boulevards and possible protections, am I allowed to say that, for commercial tenants.
Second, if you would include just sensitivity to fair housing considerations.
And sensitivity to fair housing considerations.
Thank you.
So motion by Fresco, seconded by Landris. Okay. Commissioner Fresco?
Yes.
Commissioner Landris?
Yes.
Commissioner Lambert?
Yes.
Commissioner Reese? Commissioner Wasserman?
No, I think we had the discussion already.
Vice Chair Chaco?
Yes.
Motion passes. That will be the July 14th. Most likely that's when the ROI would come back to then later talk.
And no, and you have my memo. You have my memo on that, on a couple of suggestions for how to proceed on the neighborhood commercial, which if I can just state.
Just write us a letter.
No, I will, but I'll just.
When that discussion comes back, I mean,
I
right
can
now
do
we're
it
not
in 1 minute,
We're not
actually.
agendized to talk about that, so I think when that comes back
Oh,
for
we're not
discussion.
agendized. Yeah. Well, you have
then
it, so we don't need to talk about
You
it.
can insert it as a comment letter.
Or you could read it before you write the ROI.
Move on now to Planning Commission discussion items. I think we had something submitted by Commissioner Wasserman. Do you
Yeah,
wanna-
it's just an interesting piece regarding the kind of missing middle conversation we've been having for a number of meetings now that the Lewis Center UCLA did. Just some modeling basically on what's feasible and what's not. So take a look.
Well, I think I missed item 13 about written communications.
That's what we had public comment on that.
Okay, great. That's it. I think we're ready to adjourn.
Great.
Thank you.
Second.
Thanks, Sean.